day we strive to give you the best. Together we thrive and stand apart from the rest. At every step we learn and we scream, giving back to the planet so that it stays evergreen. With ambition as our compass, tradition as our guide, we march towards the future side by side. Touching the whole planet, our story flows. With a promise for the better, our legacy grows. Althea, 20 years of doing things for the better.
Almarai was founded in 1977. It is considered the world's largest vertically integrated dairy company. In 1996, the company replaced 7 small factories with 1 huge factory. In the following years, Almarai built several additional huge ones. In 1996, Almarai became the first ISO 9001 certified company in the Middle East. In 2005, the company switched to joint stock. It then expanded its activities by acquiring Western Bakeries Company in 2007, supporting its famous brand, Luzine, followed by acquiring Hadco for poultry in 2009 and the launch of its brand, Alyoum. Today, its market value has reached around $15 billion and has a brand value estimation of $3.3 billion. As the largest food manufacturers and distributors in the Middle East, Almarai has more than 669 different products across 11 brands and produces more than 2 billion kilograms of products annually, equivalent to the weight of nearly 11,000 large commercial airplanes. It established 6 large cattle farms with over 177,000 Holstein cows, which, when lined up, can connect the distance between London and Paris. It also produces over 1.5 billion liters of milk annually, equal to the cargo of nearly 30 Titanic ships. Almarai owns agricultural lands in Argentina and the United States to provide cows' fodder needs, in addition to a special facility that has been established at King Abdullah Port in Rabat to serve as an import and storage center. Almarai tours the world to pick the freshest fruits to offer the most delicious juices, producing over 500 million juice bottles annually. In the bakery sector, through its factories that are the size of 16 football fields and contain the world's longest oven, Almarai produces over 1.8 billion delicious servings of bread and pastries annually. And since we are highly interested in baby food, the International Pediatric Nutrition Company, IPNC, was established with a production capacity of 45 million bottles of infant formula annually. In the poultry sector, Almarai has 4 vast poultry farms, enabling it to produce over 250 million chickens annually, freshly delivered to you by Alyoum every day. All our products undergo over 39,000 quality tests daily to make sure that products are delivered with a quality you can trust. Almarai products depart from over 119 distribution centers through a fleet of more than 9,000 trucks crossing a distance that exceeds a trip from Earth to the Moon every day, reaching more than 220,000 points of sale located in 7 countries. We form a big connected family of more than 40,000 quality makers, proudly contributing to the delivery of food products to more than 42 million consumers. But our mission did not stop here. As part of Almarai's expansion plan and key contribution in ensuring food security in the kingdom, an additional investment of $1.8 billion in the poultry sector was announced in 2021. Aiming to raise its production to 450 million chickens annually by 2026. In addition to preparations to enter the red meat sector with an initial investment of $66.5 million and an investment plan of $67 million in the fish and seafood sector. In 2021, Almarai also fully acquired Bakemarkt in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain with an additional share value of $25.4 million, and the Modern Food Industries Company with an additional share value of $66.6 million to expand its products in the bakery sector. And in early 2023, Almarai also fully acquired the International Dairy and Juice Limited with an additional share value of $67.9 million. Almarai ensures that innovation is the soul of its team by having nearly 50 products in the process of development at any given time, of which many were released, such as natural honey, hummus, smoky mutabal, iced leaf iced tea, and one bean iced coffee. Almarai received many global awards and rankings, such as a consistent presence on the Forbes list of Middle East top 100 companies, KSA's most influential brand, and KSA's most chosen FMCG brand for 10 years in a row. Almarai will continue to deliver the best products every day with a quality you can trust.
Life is now.
She doesn't wait.
Today is everything.
Today is the best day of my life.
Every day is the best day of my life.
Why?
Because I have dreams.
And I live them every day.
You don't pursue a dream, you live the dream.
Day in and day out.
This is life.
Work hard.
Love it. Love everything about it.
Work right.
Eat right.
When you eat right,
Additives, processing.
No fake stuff.
just real food.
Fresh.
Fresh.
Eat fresh.
Move.
Walk.
Run.
10 p.m.
5 a.m.
Make time.
You're not just you.
You are you.
But you're also me.
You're everybody.
Believe in the farmer.
Believe in the soil of our country.
The United Arab Emirates.
Let's unite.
For a better future.
Believe in tomorrow.
Believe in yourself.
Believe in your best self.
Serve.
Serve humanity.
We deserve it.
You deserve it.
Barakat. Live fresh.
We make trade flow, moving what the world needs to where it is needed. Imagine 160,000 tons of cashews produced, packed, and distributed from Senegal to the world. Or picture 1 in 4 of the world's snowboards designed, developed, and transported from Dubai to the world. We're propelling trade towards a seamless supply chain, built for today and ready for tomorrow. Because when trade flows, new opportunities follow. DP World. Change what's possible. We
The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food. The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food.
In every crunch and every bite, Hunter Foods offers more than just nourishment. It's an experience of delight and quality. For nearly 4 decades, our commitment has been unwavering, to weave a tapestry of ethics and trust into every snack. Guided by our vision of inspiring better snacking, each product is a testament to our dedication to excellence. Our tale begins with Parat Narayan, Safari Uncle, a visionary who infused his love for children, animals, and life into wholesome treats. Named by Mahatma Gandhi, Parat was a beacon of integrity and commitment to values such as honesty, sincerity, and hard work, lighting our path to this day. With the rapid growth of Dubai, Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum's vision took place, and Hunter Foods became the first operational food factory in the Jebel Ali Free Zone. It sprouted as a seed of innovation and care, shaping the city's taste and culture. As Ananya and Yan embraced the legacy, their deep-seated hospitality insights began to shape our snacks. They artfully blended culinary expertise with a keen understanding of consumer tastes, crafting a journey of love, experience, and refined flavor innovation. At our core is a promise: better for you. This extends beyond our conscientiously selected ingredients and loving preparation. We're dedicated to quality, freshness, and a zest for innovation. We cook all our gourmet products with 100% sunflower oil and are 100% vegetarian, 100% MSG-free, and 100% non-GMO. Our commitment to better food is matched by our dedication to a better planet, embracing sustainable practices in every step of our journey. Our journey has elevated our snacks from a local treasure to an international sensation. Spanning over 65 countries, from the bustling cities of Japan to the vibrant streets of Brazil, our flavors unite taste buds across continents. Our products are more than snacks. They're ambassadors of joy and well-being, gracing esteemed venues and diverse tables around the globe, celebrating the universal language of taste and quality.
Our mission is simple: create snacks that are better for you and for the world. As we expand across the globe, we invite you to join our story, our vision, and our passion.
We're not just making snacks, we're also crafting experiences, memories, and future. On our journey to build our legacy, we've just started.
This is only the beginning.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up for the national anthem. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the 6th edition of the Future Food Summit. What we had the pleasure to see just now was a very quick recap, a visual recap of some of the main key highlights of day 1 of the Future Food Summit. Those of you who were with us yesterday enjoyed an actual transportation to the Foodverse, the perfect merge between the metaverse, technology, and the food and beverage sector. Quite a thriving sector, particularly here from Dubai, who has turned into a regional hub, bringing all of you delegates, speakers, and sponsors from all corners of the globe. Welcome to day 2 of the Future Food Summit. Yesterday, we focused on 3 main pillars that have become main keys to the UAE's vision of thriving and innovating in this sector. 1, innovation. 2, food security. And 3, and very importantly, how to support the growth of local SMEs. Today, we take you in depth into 2 of the most important topics that we were asked about yesterday. First, what are the future looks and techs into the consumer behavior? What do consumers want? What do they want to buy? What can they afford? And what can you offer them exactly in this day digital time? And the second key highlight today will be how all of you can partner with the public sector, again highlighting the public and private sector collaboration to push and support the local talent. We're going to see a lot of innovative local ideas and local talent today through many programs. Before we start, please allow me a few house rules. Do keep your phones on silent. Please, I may ask you to do so. The prayer rooms are located on the first floor near the meeting room. And if you have any question at the end of a presentation, feel free to put your hand up and we will get a microphone to you. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker of the day. He's very familiar with many of the young students that we have today in the room. He's been pushing and supporting local talent and local ideas and innovation, and you will see how, because he's going to tell us. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Isa Al-Bastaki, who's the president of the University of Dubai, who will give us an introduction of the Ishraq Award.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سعادة عبد الله علي بن زايد الفلاسي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning to all of you. It is an honor to be here today to speak about the Emiratisation Specialist Training Program, a truly visionary initiative aimed at advancing the UAE's workforce and career development landscape. This program was created with the goal of empowering UAE nationals to integrate into the private sector and become future leaders in HR and Emiratisation. Today, I want to reflect on the journey of the 14 remarkable candidates who took part in this initiative, share some key highlights, and look ahead at what the future holds. Over the course of this program, these 14 candidates embarked on an intense yet enriching learning experience which spanned a total of 120 hours of classroom training. This was not just a classroom training theoretical exercise, it is also combined with assignments, projects, and site visits to provide a well-rounded perspective. The candidates experienced both physical interaction and online learning as the program was delivered partly at the University of Dubai campus and partly in an online virtual training. The structure of this program provided a comprehensive view of careers and job opportunities, tackling these subjects from both the individual and organizational perspectives. In today's rapidly evolving workforce, understanding this balance is crucial. The candidates delved into the future of work, discussing how key areas like student recruitment, job performance, and work culture are transforming and what skills are necessary to thrive in such an environment. These discussions were not just theoretical, they are rooted in the practical realities where candidates experienced during their projects and site visits. It was during these hands-on experiences that they could see how organizations in the UAE are adapting to change, navigating challenges, and driving innovation in their respective industries. One of the standout aspects of this program was its focus on the HR function in the UAE. Candidates received a full overview of how HR operates in different types of organizations, from large multinational companies to smaller, more agile enterprises. This exploration included the distinct characteristics of both public and private sectors, with a special focus on the private sector, where integration of UAE nationals has become a national priority by diving into these diverse organizational frameworks. The candidates gained valuable insights into employability, understanding both the opportunities and challenges facing job seekers, particularly in a dynamic market like the UAE's. Another critical that we explored was the mindset of job seekers. What do employers in the UAE look for in today's job market? It is very adaptable. How can individuals position themselves for success in an increasingly competitive space? These are candidates, the kinds of questions that were unpacked with an emphasis on preparing candidates to become proactive, adaptable, and strategic in their approach to career development. Of course, the program also had a strong focus on Emiratization, an integral component of UAE's economic vision. Through this program, candidates were able to understand the strategic importance of Emiratization and its role in promoting national employment within the private sector. The training and projects provided our candidates with the skills needed to not only find their place in the workplace, but to drive positive change and contribute to the nation's growth as per the strategic plan. We firmly believe that this program has been a significant step forward in building a robust, sustainable pipeline of UAE nationals ready to take on key roles in the private sector. Within the success of this cohort, we are confident that the Emiratization Specialist Training Program will continue to grow, delivering high-quality training to more UAE nationals in the years to come. We aim to equip them with the knowledge, skills, and networks to lead the way in HR, Emiratization, and overall career development. To the 14 candidates who have completed this program, I want to say congratulations. Your commitment to learning growth and professional development has been inspiring. You have not only learned about intricacies of HR and Emiratization, but have also shown what it means to be forward-thinking professionals. You are the future leaders of UAE's workforce, and we are excited to see the impact you will make in your respective careers. And as His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid says to the young people, I want you to be leaders, you leaders to lead lions and not to lead sheep. So he wants them to be leaders, to be lions, and lead lions. Finally, I would like to announce the University of Dubai's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Economic Free Zone, in collaboration with Future Food Business Group, of launching the Excellence Challenge in GCC as a result of Ishraq's success experience to build qualifications and experiences with the youth to encourage them to be innovative and encourage them to participate and to innovate in F&B sector. In addition to providing ideas and innovative solutions to contribute to developing F&B and introduce new services and emerging solutions and new and emerging technologies in the region. Thank you, and we look forward to the continued success of this program and the bright futures of its graduates. Have a nice, happy day.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I'm going to ask you to stay on stage. You can have a seat for now, and then you're going to be the face of these awards. They're so basically excited and looking forward to hearing and receiving your awards. The Ishraq program, if you are not familiar with it, I'm going to make a gender comment as well. What I find very exciting is the number of female participants in the Ishraq Award. This means the program has succeeded to attract more females in what I always hear that it is more of a male-dominated sector, the F&B sector. So it's wonderful to see the number of young talents here in this room being supported. So in order to continue awarding, I would like to invite on stage also His Excellency, who's been championing and leading a lot of these initiatives with the support of the Dubai government. So please join me in welcoming His Excellency Abdullah Ali bin Zayed Al Falasi, the Director General of Dubai Government Human Resources Department, DGHR, who will be awarding you and with the names of the participants. Please also welcome Chairman UAE Food and Beverage Business Group, Saleh Louta, who has led day 1 and leads also day 2 today with this program. And to announce the names of the awardees of the Ishraq program, I'd like to also invite Dr. Vidya Nanda Gopal, Director, Center for Executive Development at the University of Dubai. The doctor will be mentioning your names, so please make your way on stage. You will receive your award and take your photo in the middle. Go ahead, doctor. The podium is yours.
Thank you. Before I call the candidates, I'd like to take a moment to express our thankfulness and gratitude to His Excellency Abdullah bin Zayed Al Falasi, Emiratization Council, and the Office of HR in Dubai, and Mr. Saleh Luta for helping us to host this function here. I'd like to also thank Mr. Ajay and Lyric Delima from Emiricom for the great gesture in sponsoring this first batch of Emiratis. And I hope this will not be the first. I hope there'll be more and more batches that will join this program. I would like to thank Mr. Praveen from Lifeology, who was the backbone conducting the program and deciding the curriculum along with University of Dubai, and Mr. Waheed and Saravanan for introducing us to Mr. Praveen and making this program possible, along with other initiatives like Ishraq that will be working with them. And finally, Ayman from University of Dubai, who ran the program in a very efficient manner, and Nadia from Ishraq, who helped us to coordinate the program. Without any further ado, let me call out the names of the participants, and please come on stage to receive your awards. I'd like to congratulate you for the hard work that you've done to achieve this, and we hope you will be our ambassadors for the future batches to come. Hessa Hassan Al-Hamadi. Fatma Ahmed Al-Naqvi. Hassan. Fakriya Al-Kabi. Aisha Abdullah Al-Minhali. Amira Al-Haddad. Ali Abdullah Muhammad. Jamal Abdullah Al-Suwaidi. Shamsa Salem Al-Nuaimi. Salha Nasib Al Dahri. Meera Muhammad Al Rumaiti. Muhammad Al Sabag. And finally, Lamia Al-Amiri, she's not here, but I'd just like to read out her name. She could not make it, but I would like to congratulate all the candidates. Emeritization Specialist Program is a visionary initiative designed to elevate HR, emeritization and career planning in UAE. We hope to continue delivering training to more and more UAE nationals through University of Dubai and Ishraq in the future to help them integrate into jobs in the private sector. All candidates, please contact Mr. Ayman to collect the second certificate. We have 2 certificates for this program.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. May I please ask you, Your Excellency and Doctor and Mr. Luta, to stay on stage so we can do the big group photo that they all really want and deserve. All the candidates, Mabruk, Alf Mabruk, congratulations. Please make your way on stage for commemorating this moment for all of you so we can take a group photo honoring all your innovation and commitment to the Ishraq program that has supported such young talents and is part of boosting the emeritization and boosting the local youth and talent into the F&B sector. Please make your way on stage for your group photo as I will also start introducing our next topic. This is going to lead us to the first fireside chat that we're going to take an in-depth look into the efforts of emeritization in the F&B sector. Thank you so much. خلاص تعبتوهم. Thank you so much. You may all go back to your seats. إلا دكتور عيسى بنعذبك شوي معانا اليوم بنغلبك. Dr. Isa will stay on stage to take part in the next fireside chat as we delve into a little bit layered details into emeritization. What is the goal of this program? The UAE has invested into several initiatives and programs to support the youth and the injection of the youth in the F&B sector. The goal, there's actually a number for this goal, is to ensure that 10% 10%, the UAE aims to have 10% of the workforce in the F&B manufacturing industry consisting of UAE nationals, basically supporting economic diversification and also reducing the reliance on outside factors and on outside labor. Some of these training programs have already started, they're on their way, and they're supported by several government entities, and they aim to train about 20,000 UAE nationals by 2030. And these government initiatives, one of them is Dubai SME, also is helping Emirati entrepreneurs also inject into the F&B and the SME ecosystem in the UAE. In order to get more insights, I'm going to call on the moderator of this fireside chat, which will have Dr. Isa Al-Bastaki, interviewed by Shuruq Al-Banna, who's a specialist at the Dubai Health Authority, and give more insights into these programs. Please welcome Shuruq Al-Banna on stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Everyone can hear me clearly? Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's, sorry, it's my turn now, Doctor. Welcome to today's fireside chat on shaping tomorrow's workforce. My name is Shuruq Al-Banna, and I will be moderating this discussion with Dr. Isa Al-Bastaki. Now, our guest today, Dr. Isa Al-Bastaki, has an incredible background. He is someone who has a profound understanding of education, of technology, and workforce development in the region. As the president of the University of Dubai, of course, he needs no further introduction. But today we will be discussing and we'll be exploring how the University of Dubai is helping shape the future of the UAE's nation's workforce and how they're aligning their strategies with the UAE's national priorities. Dr. Isa, it's a privilege to have you with us today. And given your extensive background in education and leadership, I'm sure so many of our audience are very excited and eager to hear your thoughts and insights on how UAE is preparing the national talent for the future.
Thank you very much. I think I'm not an expert in this, in HR development, but I've been through it a lot. So, first of all, University of Dubai has 70% of the students are Emiratis, and this gives us a lot of challenges. But if I want to look at what is an education institution, what is an academic institution, it always is built on 7 pillars. I'm talking about the new education. Number one, we all know, is the technical, is the academic teaching and learning. Second is research and development. And I add another one called research and business development. So we need to always prepare our students for the future innovations, for future development through these kind of researches. And then we go, it's very important for our students when they graduate to be ready in the society. So we're looking at services for the society, something. And number 4, which is a key area, is called the triple helix, GIA, government, industry, and academia. These 3 partnerships, if it's not there, you will not graduate students to be prepared for the jobs of the future. So this will be number 4. Number 5, UAE is not a local university, it's an international, local country. It's an international country because we have more than 200 nationalities in the country. So we have to go to internationalization. It's part of it to become a success. That's number 5. Number 6, it's innovation. Nowadays, a university doesn't work on innovation. No way a student will innovate in any sector. One of them is F&B. And the 7th, but not the least, lifelong learning. we need to graduate our students to have the skills of aptitude. You need to graduate and learn. Once you learn, automatically it goes on, lifelong learning. These are 7 main pillars that we look at least University of Dubai, so that our students, when they graduate, they get the academic degree, they get professional certificate, they could be a startup because of innovation, and then the lifelong learning will be with them as they go on. These are what we do to help our graduates to be ready for the market.
Thank you, Dr. Talking about these 7 very important pillars that are taken into account when you're preparing the national talent for the workforce. Now, I want to look a little bit deeply into specific sectors. Certain sectors, such as the food and beverage, have predominantly expatriate talents. What is the University of Dubai doing to encourage Emirati students to consider entering those sectors? Any specific programs you'd like to mention more about?
It was today, right now, we graduated. This is one of the big examples, exactly the example they were looking at, that we are actually collaborating with the food business group, and we are collaborating with the Ishraq to prepare either the employees of the market, but also our students. So it's very important to keep them ahead and abreast in the new ways of looking at it. Yesterday, when we went to the exhibition with His Excellency, Abdullah bin Tog, we were telling them that you need to do research and development in order for you to succeed. The only way to do it is going from the university. So we, academia, we are here to make it happen. And of course, we also announced the new Excellence Challenge of GCC. That's another one, an initiative of University of Dubai to be abreast in terms of serving the market need of food and beverage.
Dr. Let's look a little bit at the challenges. Can we go a little bit deeper? I mean, if I'm going to add an input, I'm an employee of the government, I've worked in the private sector, I've covered NGOs, and I've been in the job market for a short time, not that long. Some of the challenges are expectations. How are your students prepared with the expectations? There seems to be a big gap in expectations between what the job seeker has in mind and what the actual workplace is offering.
Actually, if I look at the challenges are always there. No matter how much you try to tackle those challenges and solve the problems, new challenges come always. Every once in a while, something comes that be challenges. Right now, the main challenges of some universities, not all, that they look at it as a academic graduate of the university. They want to be excellent in their technical and the technical capabilities, and they forget about the professional activities. The technicality of a student who graduates, becomes an alumnus, that graduate should have some weapons with him or her. They should make sure that we are doing the right thing. That's why most of universities, they have the internship. Internship is a bridge. We are trying to fill that gap and bridge that gap between the academia and the industry to internship. But internship is not enough, because internship, you are actually developing their academic skills more than their professional skills. That's why now we're working with Dubai Customs and DP World to start with apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is more than just an internship. It gives you the skills of the future of the job required. Even you work in an organization, you get all the experience required for them to employ you. So it's a bridge for your employment to that place. Once we do that, I think we will become better universities serving the market more than serving our need or our needs. Our needs for them to graduate, get the degree, and that's enough. Nowadays, you have to prepare them for the job.
You have to prepare them for the job, definitely. So, Dr. When it comes to the curriculum that the students are taking into consideration, how can we make sure that the curriculums in the universities remain relevant for future work trends?
Well, in the University of Dubai, and we have one alumnus here, Ahmed Khalifa Al-Flasi. He is an alumnus of the University of Dubai, and he's in the board of Alumni Board, University of Dubai Alumni Board. So, this Alumni Association of the University of Dubai, actually, they are our experts in the field. And they propose always, we have meetings a lot with them, and they see what's happening in the real world, and they come back to us and propose the changes that are happening. They look at our curricula, they look at many things, and they even propose. One of the good things about the Commission for Academic Accreditation in the Ministry of Education, they give the authority for the universities to change 25% of the course without going back to them. And that's what happens. Once we get this kind of feedback from our alumni, we insert it in our curriculum. Secondly, every college has a board, advisory board. And these advisory boards are all in industry, some even high-level positions in College of Business, Dubai Business School, in College of Law, and in College of Engineering IT. We have those advisory boards. They actually help us a lot to adapt our curricula as per the needs of the market, as per the changes happening in the world. So these are the main things you need to do, because they are the experts in the field. We are far away from it. So they are the ones who are actually bridging the gap between us and them.
They're bridging the gap, definitely. And all of these efforts definitely are going to foster a very sustainable and inclusive workforce. Doctor, for the students who may struggle in the transition from going from academia into the workforce, what sort of advice would you give them, and what sort of support does the university do within the program?
It's a very big, difficult question, actually. If you look at it carefully, it's not easy to prepare somebody to the market before you do your own homework.
Just take my phone.
And so that's the reason what we do is the following. For me, I look at a successful person to be employed in an organization. There are many elements, of course, but one of the two elements that we need to instill in every graduate is you need to make sure you can deal with people correctly. Deal with them, which is called the attitude. You put in them from the beginning when they come. We have many courses that at the first year, university requirements, that they deal with the communications, there's entrepreneurship, there's critical thinking. But we need to build the attitude of how you deal with people in an organization and with your customers. Secondly, you have to make sure to build the capabilities that they can actually adapt themselves to the changes. And this is what's known as aptitude. Aptitude is a lifelong learning characteristic of a person. Once we take care of the attitude and we take care of the aptitude, well, of course, I heard it from Hamid Kadhim, famous, he talked about it a lot, and I agree with him completely. These are the two main elements we need to work besides the technical. Technical is there, we are doing it, but you need to prepare them. How do you prepare them? Every course should have a project. They need to work as a team. That working as a team creates that kind of attitude. And then discussion with them creates that aptitude for them to learn. So then they come and present. That's the communication skills they need. So these three elements, when it's done in a course, and every course is done, you will find that the student will be very confident of dealing with any challenge that come, will be adaptable. You need somebody to be adaptable, not just stay in one place and be like an ancient unit or person that doesn't know how to deal with the future. If you look at these elements, and we have to do it, so please make sure you as a graduate, if you want to graduate, make sure that you deal with lifelong learning. You need to learn and keep learning and keep learning and keep learning. And believe me, the attitude is the strength and the power for the success. You need to have the right attitude to make it happen. Once you do these two, I think you're in good hands wherever you go.
Absolutely, Doctor. Continuous learning is a key point that will keep you moving forward, considering the current day and age, how everything is advancing at such a fast pace. Continuous learning definitely will help them navigate that. Doctor, we have a lot of graduates here, but we also have people from the private sector. Now, let's assume that in the audience, all we have are HR departments from the private sector. And I know that one of the challenges that Emiratis have are corporate culture. So let's assume we're addressing the HR departments of the private sector. What advice would you give them so that there is more work readiness
I'm not gonna run away.
for the national talent that you are preparing?
That's good.
If the audience, I'll repeat the question. If the audience is all the HR of the private sector, and one of the challenges is corporate culture that a lot of the nationals may struggle with, not all, but they may struggle with, what advice would you give those HR departments of the private sector so that there's more work readiness for the national talent? If you're addressing them directly, Doctor.
Again, another difficult question.
I thought my questions were easy, Doctor.
You see, when I look at it, the government is doing something for that. And we have the HR Emiratization Development Council, which actually is dealing with this kind of challenge and these kind of challenges. So we are not just telling them to go and work in the private sector, but we are telling them, prepare yourself to be in that private sector. And there are programs coming, as one of them is this program we did with the food and beverage, is to get them ready for the job. So you as HRs of the private sector, you need to also to help us, to tell us exactly what are your requirements, even though we know, but the council would love to know what kinds of requirements you require, you want to have it in your organization so we can develop it with University of Dubai and with the council. I think we all know that private sector is completely different. It's a for-profit organization, but the government is mainly serving the community. So for you to be profitable, you need to prepare those employees that are graduates in thinking of not only becoming, his attitude is excellent, aptitude is excellent, but also you need to look at economically. Anything that economically is not feasible, it doesn't happen. Even in engineering, when we do design, one of the elements is cost effectiveness. And this means that, what does it mean? It means that we need to make sure it's economically feasible. Like University of Dubai, we have an energy, net zero energy campus. All our energy is through the solar farm. But we calculated after 5 years, we will have an ROI. So after 5 years, it'll be economically feasible, zero cost. So anything that doesn't influence or affect the economy of the country, we shouldn't do it. Because everything needs, even education, a part should be that what is it we need to do for this graduate to be a part of that economic development of the country. Once we do that, we are successful. So you, HRs of private sector, you have to look at the other side of it also. We need to develop the whole economy of the country, and you have to be the part of it. Not just your profits, but also the economy of the country.
Definitely. To the private sector, Dr. openly recommended what is one way forward that can be done. Considering, Doctor, I gave you quite a few difficult questions, maybe we can open the floor for some questions from the audience. One or two, we definitely have time for that. If anyone has any question, feel free to raise your hands.
I gave them everything, so they know it now. They
Shall
need
we
any more.
pick on someone or no? Doctor, definitely there's probably not questions because you did cover most of the aspects that we'd like to discuss. One? Oh, wonderful. One question.
So now I'm in trouble now. I have to leave.
One question, definitely one question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I'm an HR assistant in a private sector, and I've been helping with the talent acquisition of Emiratis. I found some challenges that is common with the.
Can you just? I don't think it's audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. One of the common problems that I see with the locals when they come that they lack professionalism. So they seem to know everything and they match every criteria in the job description. However, they're not professionally mature. What can we do for them, to develop that?
I'm not an HR expert, by the way. I'm an engineer. So, but I'll tell you, if somebody, this is the attitude I'm talking about. So we need to change that attitude. The attitude that I know everything is the worst thing ever happens. I'm a professor in University of Dubai. I've been teaching for so many years in UAE University. But every day I'm learning a new thing. As long as you think that you are a student for life, then you don't worry about it. So you need to learn always, but your attitude is important. Don't feel you're better than others. No matter how much you know, always somebody else that knows more than you. So I think you have to change the attitude. Attitude comes from training, developing, and sitting with the person to really understand what is it for him, if he changes him or her, if he or she changes the attitude to become better, more successful person. So I go for attitude, main thing.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions? All right, I think since there's no more questions, Dictor,
Muhammad Aboud has something.
there is somebody's
Muhammad
eyeing.
Aboud, you have a question?
All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Dr. Isa. Good morning, all. Maybe my question will be related to the new initiative that UAE Food and Beverage Business Group, in partnership with University of Dubai, launched today to not only support the talent in UAE, but also all over GCC region. There is a plan for University of Dubai in cooperation with different organizations in UAE to support not only UAE, but also GCC and all MENA region. This is a role for University of Dubai, and why University of Dubai is taking this role in partnership with other partners in UAE.
You answered the question you asked. I think it's an excellent initiative, and I think this is the beginning of a long drive of successes for the food and beverage sector. Thank you.
Awesome. Victor, I would like to ask you one last question. Considering all the different expertise and experience that we have in the audience, what is the one key message that you would like them to take away from today's discussion?
One key word or one key sentence?
One key message. It could be a paragraph, it could be a sentence.
I think we have to look upon our leaders and their visions. They have huge visions for the future. 2030, 2033, 2050, 2071. And these visions are very practical, and they are made just because for the country to be sustainable. You know, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Zayed, Allah Ta'ala fi Umrah, he said that if we invest today correctly, then after 50 years, we'll be celebrating when we export the last barrel of oil. This is a very clear vision. And after 50 years, we will not have any oil. What is it we need to do? We need to diversify our natural resources, our innovations, whatever. So we have to be innovative. Innovation is not choice, but it is a necessity for us. So put this into consideration, be innovative, look after 50 years, we need to be sustainable even though we don't have any oil.
Sustainability for the future, that's a very major key message to take away. I'd like to thank the organizers for putting this forum together. I want to thank you, the audience, for your presence and your attentiveness. And I'd love for the audience to join me in thanking our esteemed guest, Dr. Isa Al-Bastaki. Dr. It's been a privilege to share a stage with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll hand.
Shukran. Thank you so much, Shuruk. Shukran, Doctor, for this in-depth insights into initiatives and programs to support local talent. Our next speaker, someone asked about you yesterday. I'm going to tell you in a moment. Our next speaker is going to delve into a very key strategic topic in this sector. It goes into innovation, tech innovation, global investments, which is, according to many reports, it is global investment in food tech innovations is expected to grow by about $400 billion in 2030. This is focusing on AI, automation, sustainable practices in the F&B sector. Consumer demand for online food services also in the GCC is increasingly growing, with 62% of GCC consumers now preferring to purchase all of these items online. So there's a lot of growth happening. And yesterday, someone asked me about you, Andre, without knowing your name. Here's what happened. One of the guests came up to me and said, you know, last year you had a great guest who did a presentation about consumer behavior and consumer purchasing power. Is he back this year? And I said, which one is it? And he goes, I don't remember. He's Russian. He had great numbers and great visual slides. He's like, we call him in my group, the Russian guy with good numbers. So I'm going to introduce to you the next speaker who's going to give you wonderful insights in number when it comes to future forward, unlocking the growth through innovation. Please welcome Andrei Dvoyshenkov, General Manager, Arabian Peninsula and Pakistan from Nielsen IQ. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. First of all, thank you very much for this warm welcoming. It's very nice, as always, to be here together with all of you and talk a little bit about consumer trends. And again, I see a lot of the friends in the room. I believe the current time have a lot of the challenges. As all of you are aware, actually, the disruption coming every day. But despite of this, what we see based on the current market reality in UAE, in a particular, we see the growth. And you can ask, why this growth so low still? We do expect the double digit. Where are those numbers? But numbers in the details. What is really important here, when we look at the FMCG, and also we put another part of our business which we focusing on measuring, which is electronics, tech and durables, both industries show the growth. And what is important here to highlight, this growth is not marginal anymore. We see consumption grow. Yes, it's still low single digit in the first half of 2024, and we anticipate that this growth will continue until the end of the year, and we will see the number around a middle single digit. But once again, it's a consumption driven. Consumption is recovering. But coming back and talking about the double digit, we put some of the latest trends, what we see across the market, and not just only in UAE, in GCC overall. E-commerce. And you remember the last year when we have spoken about the e-commerce a lot. It's still growing, continuing growing. Not just only in the sales, but also in consumption. We see that consumers quite demanding for more SKUs, for the products which they are looking for. What is really interesting that we see the growth of premium products within the e-commerce, and it continues. For some categories, e-commerce already taking a lead. For some brands, it's more than half of their business moving to the e-commerce. If you're going forward, what is interesting trend we see, again, double-digit growth for the smaller brands, for the smaller local brands which have an opportunity right now to get an access to the consumer. Again, sometimes through the e-commerce. Keeping up the momentum, it's not just simply local brands. This is local brands coming with the very efficient sort of either the way of consume the product as well as targeting the needs of the consumer. And this is what we are talking about, the health and well-being. It's across the trend. And this trend getting accelerated. And last but not least, because all of us talking about the consumers which is under the pressure, but what does it mean? It means that they're ready to spend the money, but not just to spend. They are investing the money when they buy the food. And this is what is the different. And you will hear me later on talking about this one. We see that consumers they want a food work. And it's less about the quantity anymore. It's about the quality. Moreover, we see that there are much more demand for out-of-home consumption. And last but not least, HoReCa as the channel, growing year over year. More than 50–60% of the new stores coming across in UAE, in Saudi Arabia. We see that consumers want to indulge themselves. They want to communicate. They want to have a different experience. And it's going much beyond than about the volume or quantity which they wanted to buy or consume. And what is one of the enablers for all of this double-digit growth? And as we see across the board, a lot of the new products can be launched in FMB. In Saudi Arabia, as one of the examples here, more than 17,000 of the new items have been launched during the last 2 years. But only 25% of them succeed and move to the second year. Majority of them, unfortunately, couldn't make it. And we analyze all of those new launches across. And what we find out, there are 3 reasons of potential failure or success. And as you could see here, it's starting from the idea. It's not just something a short term, something to drive like a success now, in this moment. It's a long term. Idea is critical. Product. And last but not least, activation. Without the proper activation, even if you have a great idea, you're not able to reach the customers. How are they going to find all of the great things about your product? We see that successful launches, which is coming to the market, they are focusing predominantly on those 3 areas of the factor of success. What are the examples? And here I'm bringing a couple of them because we see that a lot of the launches coming towards to the direction of line extension, which we not necessarily will call innovation because they can come with a different flavor or even a different form of the product. But what we need to be mindful, that line extension, in a certain of the extent, can cannibalize the mother brand. And here there are a couple of examples. One of them on the left side, you see Snickers, which is launched the line extension with the creamy flavor. Majority of the growth of this SKU driven by cannibalization. Last but not least, moving to another example, Ferrero or Nutella brand. launching the biscuits, giving them quite strong incremental sales. Therefore, line extension differ from one to another. And I think some of them, if they're really targeting the consumer needs, can be very successful, especially using the strong equity of the brand, of the mother brand. Moving to another examples, again from our countries. Here again, I don't know how many French we have in the room, but I will try. L'Usine Brioche, I hope I'm right. This is the launch which have been done by Almarai, and you will ask, but this is the bread. This is some of the sort of mass product. But even within this product, if you come in with the very strong idea and the product execution, you can be very successful. In a particular, this example, they're positioning like healthiness, protein, calcium as inside of bread, which is again giving this heritage. But as I mentioned in the beginning, product which can help the customer or consumer in the daily life. Another example, it's more about the convenience. And I'm constantly talking about the convenience. And by the way, you could see on the first slide, consumers are ready to pay more for the convenience. They even can switch the store because of the convenience. They are ready to pay premium for the convenience. And I see my friend Tom inside of the room. I believe that yesterday he shared a lot about that. This is another example how the convenience, and in that case on the left side of the chart, you see the coffee example, which is not only about premium coffee, quality, but it's also convenient of the usage when you put this sachet inside of the mug. And you can easily remove it after you put the boiled water. Therefore, certainly you can see there are a lot of the great examples, even within the line extension or new launches, completely new products, which can resonate with the customer, despite of being premium. The question which we always asked, but just tell us how to define, how to find this idea. And we have millions of the ideas around the world tested by our team. And today, we will introduce competition, because I don't want to call it battle, competition between machine and machine plus consumer. What did we do? We look at Saudi Arabia in a particular, 3 categories: salty snack, sweet snacks, and ready-to-drink type of products. And we ask machine using the consumer trend, which we call cyborg, to generate those ideas. And in a minute, I will show you those ideas. First of all, machine. All of those ideas, once again, was generated by the AI, completely. And some of them looks very interesting, actually. Like, I love my favorite one. You're never going to guess. Baklava brownies. I still need to tell to my daughter, because she likes to cook brownies. I don't know how she will resonate that product with her, but sounds interesting. Sounds local. Anyway. Or another one, cardamom chai latte. Yeah, quite interesting mix. And next one, ideas generated by the AI using the consumer trends. Combination, cyborg. And here again, we have a baklava, but I think it's much more resonating with us. Baklava with pistachios. And you see a lot of others as well, ready-to-eat drinks and so on. The question, because after those 10 ideas each, we put them on our algorithm, and we test which or how many ideas from AI or from the cyborg would be successful in case they launch on the market? Any ideas who won the competition? Cyborg? Who think that it's a cyborg? 1, 2, 3. Who thinks that it's AI? All right, we just have a little bit of parity. Machine 3, cyborg 7. It means that if you rely only on AI, you have a 70% of the failure in case you launch those initiatives or ideas, products, which have been generated by AI only. Obviously, you could see that AI still needs a bit of time, and it's very critical, for sure, to use the consumer trends, consumer view on the products. But considering everything what we heard during the morning time, the generation, and again, different consumers come into the market, young consumers. And what we see across 4 countries, we took it as an example. Saudi Arabia, we took Egypt, and South Africa, and Turkey. More than half of the consumers in Saudi Arabia and in Egypt ready to rely on the AI experience without even testing the product. They can order the products just going and using the VR. And we have one of the great examples from the Union Corp, which called Perfect Store, when you can use VR and you can make an order. We see that the awareness as well as the trust of that one quite strong, more than half once again. And some of, or majority of the consumers in Saudi and in Egypt ready to make an order or give AI a chance to make an order on their behalf. And obviously we see that across the board this trend will continue to accelerate. And for us, this is just only the point of the time. What is next for you? What is next? You see that the disruption which is starting from, which is created across, have a lot of the impact on the consumer. Is it good? Is it bad? I think everyone will decide. But what we believe and what we see that with the innovation and with the new products, everybody have an opportunity right now. Especially considering that we have young population which is quite digitalized and so on, ready and looking forward for the products which will cover, feed, and answer on their needs. Maybe the last point I would like to raise and ask you here, or maybe add it here. It's very important to act. Because if you are not act, somebody will do it, and not us. Thank you very much. Questions?
How much time are we left with? 0 time. 0 questions. You strategically timed this. Okay.
Right.
I told you he does have great insights with fantastic visual representations and insights. Thank you very much for this in-depth look into innovation and consumer behavior. Before I let you off for our first networking break of the day, I'd love to hear from you about some of the key topics we're going to discuss. So please share with us some of your answers. If you can grab your phones and scan the QR code so we can get a couple of questions and see what you think about how to improve this part of the sector when it comes to consumer and innovation. So share the QR code. This is also sponsored by Pinar. So thank you so much for supporting getting your opinions out into the research and the numbers that come out yearly from Future Food. The first question is, which sustainable practice do you think will have the most impact on the industry? EPR, circular economy models, or sustainable packaging? So we gave you 3 options. You can, of course, come up with one of your own, but here are the 3 options we want you to choose from so that we can see what do you think will have the most impact on the industry. So a lot of answers are roaming around 2 main ideas, which are 1, sustainable packaging, and circular economy models. It's clear that most of you in the room think that these are the 2 most important elements, basically, that will have most impact on this sector. Good. So going on to the next question, please. Let's see. The next question will ask you, how impactful do you believe technology has been in transforming F&B supply chain? Obviously, it's played a major role in transforming and innovating and speeding up so many of the processes that used to take much of the time. Clearly, a lot of you think it has played a major, if not a principal role. Very important, major role, very impactful. Clearly, technology is in the front seats when it comes to F&B sector innovation in 2024, and it will remain so in the future. Great. So let's go on. I think maybe, do we have a last question before I let them go on to the first networking break? So we all agree, 1, that technology is changing the behavior of the consumers as well as the impact of the sector. Which emerging consumer trend do you think will most influence product development in the next 5 years? والله خلينا عايشين للسنة الجاية وبيكون okay. Okay, so a lot of you think the top emerging trend is AI and clean label, and this is very important because one of the consumer insights reports we will see also confirms that over 65% of consumers are more than willing to pay more, not only for quality, but also for clean labels. We're going to see more in-depth topic about this. So a lot of you think that clean label, AI, health and wellness, and convenience are the top most important consumer trend that you think will influence product development in the next 5 years to come. I'm going to send you off to the first networking break. I will ask you if you can please be back here by noon. Noon time is okay? Noon time, please go ahead, enjoy your network and your first cup of coffee, or maybe third. For me, it's maybe number 4 of the day, and I'll see you back at noon time. Thank you.
الحياة تحتاج إلى حب، أو الحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك. الحياة تحتاج إلى حب، أو الحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب.
Yokogawa is having an impact in many ways, both in industry and everyday life. For example, we help to secure the supply of safe water, an essential lifeline for all. Through the provision of advanced solutions for the recycling and effective use of water resources, Yokogawa has contributed to the stable supply of water. The same is true for food and pharmaceuticals. In this era of digital transformation, also known as DX, Yokogawa is making a difference in many more ways, from the quality control of materials and increase of productivity to the building of supply chains. To promote health and well-being, we provide solutions for the research and development of new drugs and the production of high-quality pharmaceuticals. Amidst a growing global demand for energy, concern about climate change is driving an energy transition. In the era of DX, Yokogawa is working with its customers in the energy industry to create new value. For the production of different types of energy resources, we provide our customers the solutions they need to reduce their environmental impact and maximize efficiency. In new energy fields, we build stable energy supply systems that factor in predictions of supply and demand and support new business models. Through the operation of energy management systems, Yokogawa is helping to achieve a sustainable society. Modern society depends on a countless variety of materials. Industries that produce these materials are facing many challenges, including recycling and the production of new, environmentally friendly materials. We closely examine manufacturing processes and leverage the potential of DX in development and production to meet the unprecedented demand for materials with new functions and characteristics that will contribute to decarbonization and be easy to recycle. By engaging in co-creation with its customers, Yokogawa is able to come up with new solutions for the handling of materials. With the aim of achieving a circular society, we co-create cutting-edge biomass-based materials and provide the necessary manufacturing technologies. Yokogawa provides a great variety of solutions, such as the OPREX lineup, that create value for its customers and point the way to a sustainable society. Through the use of machine learning to optimize models, we integrate the management of an ever more diverse range of processes all over the world. By accurately monitoring, analyzing, and predicting process conditions, we are able to respond quickly and flexibly to changes and maximize the value that is created. We ensure stable, long-term operations by constantly monitoring facilities over their entire life cycle. Having contributed to the evolution of automation, we are now making stepwise progress in the direction of smart manufacturing. Using AI, robotics, and other technologies, we are supporting a transition from automation to autonomy that will transform society as we know it. Through co-creation with our customers and partners, we will strive for the realization of a system of systems concept that will set society on a new path. systems that power our infrastructure, companies, and homes will be directly connected and interact with each other to autonomously optimize society as a whole. Yokogawa will continue to build systems that link companies and industries all over the world and provide added value by serving as a node for the sharing of information. Utilizing our ability to measure and connect, we fulfill our responsibilities for the future of our planet. Yokogawa will continue in its endeavors to create a future where people and the Earth can coexist in symbiotic harmony. Yokogawa, co-innovating tomorrow.
Over the years, Algorare Investment has grown from humble beginnings to become a booming multinational company, which is proud of its UAE roots that date back half a century. Since its inception, they have expanded and diversified their portfolio to include various key business units comprising food, resources, properties, construction, energy, and ventures covering printing and publishing. One of the notable things on credit of Algorare Investment is Algorare Construction's projects like installing the world's highest facade installation at the Burj Khalifa and the complete facade installation at the Dubai Opera. Along with foods and resources, Algorare Investment has a plethora of other interests and substantial projects. Excellence in quality is in our blood, and we take pride in providing our customers with food and resources. We provide commercial and consumer food goods to customers in all sectors, from retail to food services and B2B. We also supply resources to customers across the region and not just the UAE, being the key player in the commodities sector. Our services are divided into two divisions, food and resources. Working with customers in over 25 countries and 4 continents, we boast a diverse workforce of more than 900 employees, maintaining a family atmosphere while still instilling a safe work culture in our factories. We produce both private label and popular brands of flour, oats, semolina, eggs, and animal nutrition for our customers around the world. We pride ourselves on producing high-quality brands. Our products encourage a healthy and active lifestyle in the region. With over 40 years of extensive regional expertise and a global player in trading and manufacturing of agricultural commodities, Algorare Resources specializes in grain, oilseed processing and trading. The process starts from when we source our grains from hand-picked farms across major exporting regions such as the Black Sea, Europe, Australia, North America and South America. We source quality wheat, corn, barley, oats and pulses. They are then shipped to our storage facilities in the port of Jebel Ali, the UAE, Algeria, Sri Lanka and Lebanon. Algorare Resources are the biggest canola seed crushers in the region, housing one of the largest facilities in the world, and are recognized as a global leader of canola oil and canola meal. The plant started its operations back in 2004 and grew exponentially, with a unique factor attached to it. It operates neither at the origin of the raw material nor in a consumer country. The ISO 22000 GMP Plus ISCC certified crushing plant is also supported by a state-of-the-art refinery for soft oils. From our facility in Jebel Ali, refined and crude oils are produced and supplied to refiners and retailers across the region and beyond, through various modes of transportation, including shipments via vessels and containers. We supply soft oil canola to global markets as well as to retailers, HoReCa, wholesalers and private labels. The quality of our products and services makes us competitive in the market, and the strategic location of key logistical assets allows us to serve our customers swiftly and more efficiently. Algorare Foods was established in 1976 through the creation of National Flour Mills, positioning itself to be a pioneer in its field with the motto, "Part of every plate, every day." UAE's first flour mill delivered fresh bread to the tables of UAE residents. It was able to advance rapidly due to providing excellent quality and first-class customer service. Building upon our early success, we are now a world-leading manufacturer and supplier of high-quality food, growing, refining, processing, packing and shipping tons of food each year. Our food division is now well established in the industry and has 7 factories and 1 poultry farm across the UAE, Sudan, Sri Lanka and Lebanon. Along with being an ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 45001 certified company, we are also HACCP certified and consistently meet our customers' needs safely and efficiently. Our quality food standards are always met, whether it be sourcing, processing, storing or transporting our goods and taking them to our customers. Our flagship plant, National Flour Mills, processes up to 600 metric tons of wheat daily. Our Jebel Ali flour mill, with a capacity of over 1,500 metric tons per day, began operations in 1997. The 6 Buerler mills in the 2 plants produce the finest flour, semolina, Harry's, Jerish, bran and bakery mixes. The grain for the flour is sourced from premium wheat exporters around the globe, including Canada, South America, the Baltic region and Australia. We collaborate with global milling experts to produce a wide variety of high-quality products and are major national and international suppliers of choice. We produce coarse and fine-grained semolina, manufactured using the finest durum wheat. Using sophisticated processing techniques, we serve customers who wish to prepare pasta, desserts, biscuits and artisan bread. Our state-of-the-art oats manufacturing plant is the only oats manufacturing plant in the Middle East and North Africa. We have supplied oats to local, global manufacturers and private labels for more than 10 years. A lot of investment was put into developing our technology and processes to increase volume in response to demand and to ensure that our customers receive delicious, freshly milled oats. High-quality animal nutrition has been an important component of our food enterprise since 1987. Today, we produce a wide range of products, including livestock feed, poultry feed and premixes, for all the needs of animal protection farms in the United Arab Emirates, the GCC and the Middle East. Through innovative production technologies and advanced scientific know-how, our Gulf feed mill has pioneered several trend-setting solutions for a range of animal nutrition products, all of which utilise fully natural plant ingredients. In our feed mill, we use the best quality raw material to meet our goals of supplying healthy products, environmental sustainability and economically viable products. Janan, our flagship brand and a household favourite, produces flour, oats and eggs. We have the biggest farm in the UAE from where 10% of the eggs consumed in the UAE are produced. We employ responsible farming methods to supply everyday staples that end up on consumers' tables. Our farm in Ras Al Khaimah houses more than 1 million hens who produce around 550,000 eggs a day. Innovation is key to our success. Staffed by food technologists and scientists, our Specialist Technology Centre located in Jebel Ali has been continuously developing through research and innovation systems and processes that enhance the nutritional value of our products. In order to be able to sustain smooth operations across the different business units, we need to have a strong procurement foundation. We have an excellent logistics and supply chain network that enables efficient business practices and a reliable door-to-door service. We wholeheartedly believe in enhancing the communities we serve. Our CSR initiatives include participating in various charity drives with women's health organisations and hosting conferences aimed at raising awareness of sustainability and waste management. We provide ingredients for the Al Noor Training Centre to enable students to bake cakes and cookies to sell at their store. Our mission, as always, is to produce fresh, high-quality food. Our motto, part of every plate, every day, is still as fresh and relevant today as it was when we first began. We are proud to have grown alongside the United Arab Emirates.
UAE has established itself as the region's trade gateway, and its multimodal logistics infrastructure has enabled the nation to offer market access to the broader trading community. The Abu Dhabi Food Hub, KEZAD, with its direct connectivity to this world-class multimodal network, is well positioned to facilitate global food trade flows. The robust infrastructure of seaports, airports, roads and railways links the UAE to over 3.5 billion consumers across the Middle East, Africa and the Indian subcontinent, allowing an unparalleled trade ecosystem. This enables food products to be transported swiftly and efficiently between trade zones and borders, reducing bottlenecks and building resilience within the overall supply chain. A combination of world-class infrastructure and transport networks and forward-thinking government policies positions the UAE at the heart of a rapidly expanding food industry.
In the footsteps of the past, we find our way, guided by a vision that leads us every day. And from our home, we rose and we flew across the oceans to places far and new. Touching thousands of lives, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Our story is pure, like the water you drink, and made even better with magnesium and zinc. Our story is sweet, like the snacks that you munch, for that boost of energy or a happy little crunch. Our story is fresh, like the food you love to eat, cooking in the kitchen or when your loved ones meet. Our story is for all, not just me and you, filled with nutrition for the furry ones too. Touching millions of lives, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Every day we strive to give you the best. Together we thrive and stand apart from the rest. At every step we learn and we scream, giving back to the planet so that it stays evergreen. With ambition as our compass, tradition as our guide, we march towards the future, side by side. Touching the whole planet, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Agthia, 20 years of doing things for the better.
Almarai was founded in 1977. It is considered the world's largest vertically integrated dairy company. In 1996, the company replaced 7 small factories with 1 huge factory. In the following years, Almarai built several additional huge ones. In 1996, Almarai became the first ISO 9001 certified company in the Middle East. In 2005, the company switched to joint stock. It then expanded its activities by acquiring Western Bakeries Company in 2007, supporting its famous brand, Luzine, followed by acquiring Hadco for poultry in 2009 and the launch of its brand, Alyoum. Today, its market value has reached around $15 billion and has a brand value estimation of $3.3 billion. As the largest food manufacturers and distributors in the Middle East, Almarai has more than 669 different products across 11 brands and produces more than 2 billion kilograms of products annually, equivalent to the weight of nearly 11,000 large commercial airplanes. It established 6 large cattle farms with over 177,000 Holstein cows, which, when lined up, can connect the distance between London and Paris. It also produces over 1.5 billion liters of milk annually, equal to the cargo of nearly 30 Titanic ships. Almarai owns agricultural lands in Argentina and the United States to provide cows' fodder needs, in addition to a special facility that has been established at King Abdullah Port in Rabat to serve as an import and storage center. Almarai tours the world to pick the freshest fruits to offer the most delicious juices, producing over 500 million juice bottles annually. In the bakery sector, through its factories that are the size of 16 football fields and contain the world's longest oven, Almarai produces over 1.8 billion delicious servings of bread and pastries annually. And since we are highly interested in baby food, the International Pediatric Nutrition Company, IPNC, was established with a production capacity of 45 million bottles of infant formula annually. In the poultry sector, Almarai has 4 vast poultry farms, enabling it to produce over 250 million chickens annually, freshly delivered to you by Alyoum every day. All our products undergo over 39,000 quality tests daily to make sure that products are delivered with a quality you can trust. Almarai products depart from over 119 distribution centers through a fleet of more than 9,000 trucks crossing a distance that exceeds a trip from Earth to the Moon every day, reaching more than 220,000 points of sale located in 7 countries. We form a big connected family of more than 40,000 quality makers, proudly contributing to the delivery of food products to more than 42 million consumers. But our mission did not stop here. As part of Almarai's expansion plan and key contribution in ensuring food security in the kingdom, an additional investment of $1.8 billion in the poultry sector was announced in 2021, aiming to raise its production to 450 million chickens annually by 2026. In addition to preparations to enter the red meat sector with an initial investment of $66.5 million and an investment plan of $67 million in the fish and seafood sector. In 2021, Almarai also fully acquired Bakemarkt in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain with an additional share value of $25.4 million, and the Modern Food Industries Company with an additional share value of $66.6 million to expand its products in the bakery sector. And in early 2023, Almarai also fully acquired the International Dairy and Juice Limited with an additional share value of $67.9 million. Almarai ensures that innovation is the soul of its team by having nearly 50 products in the process of development at any given time, of which many were released, such as natural honey, hummus, smoky mutabal, iced leaf iced tea, and one-bean iced coffee. Almarai received many global awards and rankings, such as a consistent presence on the Forbes list of Middle East top 100 companies, KSA's most influential brand, and KSA's most chosen FMCG brand for 10 years in a row. Almarai will continue to deliver the best products every day.
May I please ask you to make your way all the way back inside? We're going to start, please, in less than 2 minutes. Please make your way inside, grab your seats. So we start with our next much-awaited topic, focusing on consumer behavior, and next up is food waste. Please make your way. Who's going to start in less than 2 minutes?
And I live them every day. You don't pursue a dream, you live the dream.
Day in and day out.
This is life. Work hard, love it, love everything about it. Work right, eat right.
When you eat right, you think right. And when you think right, you do right.
Do you read the labels?
Read the labels.
No preservatives, additives, processing.
No fake stuff, just real food.
Fresh.
Fresh. Eat fresh.
Move. Walk.
Run.
10 p.m.
5 a.m.
Make time.
You're not just you. You are you.
But you're also me. You're everybody.
Believe in the farmer.
Believe in the soil of our country.
The United Arab Emirates.
Let's unite for a better future.
Believe in tomorrow.
Believe in yourself. Believe in your best self.
Serve. Serve humanity.
We deserve it. You deserve it.
Assalamu alaikum. Barakat. Live fresh.
We make trade flow, moving what the world needs to where it is needed. Imagine 160,000 tons of cashews produced, packed, and distributed from Senegal to the world. Or picture 1 in 4 of the world's snowboards designed, developed, and transported from Dubai to the world. We're propelling trade towards a seamless supply chain, built for today and ready for tomorrow. Because when trade flows, new opportunities follow. DP World. Change what's possible.
The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food. The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Food Tech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and food tech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Food Tech Valley, reimagining the potential of food.
In every crunch and every bite, Hunter Foods offers more than just nourishment. It's an experience of delight and quality. For nearly 4 decades, our commitment has been unwavering, to weave a tapestry of ethics and trust into every snack. Guided by our vision of inspiring better snacking, each product is a testament to our dedication to excellence. Our tale begins with Parat Narayan, Safari Uncle, a visionary who infused his love for children, animals, and life into wholesome treats. Named by Mahatma Gandhi, Parat was a beacon of integrity and commitment to values such as honesty, sincerity, and hard work, lighting our path to this day. With the rapid growth of Dubai, Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum's vision took place, and Hunter Foods became the first operational food factory in the Jebel Ali Free Zone. It sprouted as a seed of innovation and care, shaping the city's taste and culture. As Ananya and Yan embraced the legacy, their deep-seated hospitality insights began to shape our snacks. They artfully blended culinary expertise with a keen understanding of consumer tastes, crafting a journey of love, experience, and refined flavor innovation. At our core is a promise: better for you. This extends beyond our conscientiously selected ingredients and loving preparation.
Check, check. Welcome back. I know there's a lot of insights and a lot of networking happening outside. Please make your way as we continue to one of the key topics we're going to discuss in this second half of day 2. In this half, we're going to shed light basically on composable MES towards sustainable F&B production. Here are some insights that have to do with the topic. Consumable MES adoption in the F&B industry, check this out, like every other field, is expected to increase operational efficiency by 35% in 2027. That's a big percentage. It's obviously driven by multiple systems that allow for flexible, real-time management and production processes. Companies who are using MES adoption technologies can reduce also their energy consumption by up to 20%. Again, quite a high percentage, contributing to sustainable production and optimizing resources and lowering carbon emissions. There's much more on this topic from our next expert, who brings with him a presentation and an in-depth insight into the topic. Please join me in welcoming, and I say ni hao, to Dr. Darius No, Senior Vice President of MEA Japan Headquarters, Yokogawa.
Can you hear me? It's okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Darius. I'm going to introduce a little bit on the MES. I think MES is not new. in the market, but I'm happy to introduce this composable MES that is jointly developed in UAE with our Center of Excellence team itself. So I have 4 main areas to cover. First, a survey on global food industry and the kind of typical challenge. I believe yesterday you probably have a large number of insight onto the kind of challenge faced in the transformation. I'm going to highlight a bit on the smart factory transformation that Yokogawa has been embarking to support the plant in this F&B industry itself, and how we actually redefine MES through composability. The gentleman earlier on mentioned that the speed of relating to AI, yes, is relatively slow, but I think we need to take baby steps moving forward into embarking into these new technologies of composability. And I'm going to share a little bit on what's next coming on. So this is a general survey overall in Japan, why we are so much into automating the food and beverage industry. One of the key factors is country-wise, Japan has been investing a lot right now outside Japan. And this has become a norm that we have to do a joint venture across with locals itself to spearhead and to share the technology's outcome. Quite typically, based on COVID itself, every country come in with food security, must be self-sufficient, traceability, where is the actual product coming from, sustainability, is there a food loss or food waste, and your footprint on the vertical farming itself, as well as food safety. So based on this challenge, this is where Yokogawa is coming in to step in to do the actual implementation to drive this initiative. You can see from here how is the factory automation is actually leveraging right now. On the very left, some 10 years ago, you probably get numbers of workers working in the factory floor itself. And when you start to do automated itself, the key function is leveraging on productivity, safety, and quality. So there's a reduced number of actually headcount. And what is it happen now? In Japan, at this very moment, this semi-autonomous is where we are seeing at the current market of manufacturing. Hello? Yep. So the idea is to improve collaborations and optimize the productions. And we definitely is using robots machine, plus also consolidate subject matter expertise into one entity. What is coming up next is because of the export of the food and beverage product outside Japan, we are linking up many companies operating overseas, including in UAE itself. So what are the typical food challenges that we see? Basically, seasonal demand change. You want to tap on as much as possible what is the environment impacting to your current products produced. Increased demand for different SKU, and then a complicated production planning. You do not want to produce just one item. You want multiple items at a faster speed to the market itself. And you also tie in with much stringent compliance right now by the government itself. That things like carbon footprint that you need to reduce in your manufacturing floor. So this actually scales the complete challenge in our F&B industry. These are the typical MES value proposition you can see. Generally, what we see is in a factory, you look into raw material receiving, to the processing and out to the shipping portion. But the key criteria for owner itself is looking at the cost, quality, energy, safety, and sustainability. So knowing this, there is already a pockets of all the MES module already pre-created by many of the users on different aspects itself. So it tie into the requirement side. But the problem of this is that it's running on a single platform. And not all manufacturing are having a single platform vendor at the end of the day. So in Nissin itself in Japan, how we convert this, actually we also takes almost 3-4 years to transform the customer behavior from automated to a semi-autonomous range. How we do that? Basically, we study on the shop floor. Where is the person that actually required at the site itself? These are areas that we leverage, and we composite the MES module solutions as and when required for this. And spearheading to that, Nissin company actually reduced significantly all their mass productions in the floor, but actually their production doubled the size. So the people is not laying off, but the people is actually looking at new ways on how to optimize the productions, learning new skill of Python script, leveraging AI to improvise and generate more profit money from the company. So Yokogawa helped in generating this portion, and we have actually seen a significant reduced loss of material, leveraging the technology, labor costs as well, and enable real-time monitoring at site to the extent it's quite common, even your mobile phone is there, and improve the workload utilization by reducing the skill dependency. So we improve the overall response time for the expected situation change in the manufacturing floor. So you have seen that the MES quite typically still looking into a typical plant shop floor itself, but the current market has shifted because most of the company also shifting to an enterprise level. This is where they also want to tap on their supplier and partners. Where is the actual product coming from? This is where we start traceability from the very ground zero to trace the product all the way until you sell at the reseller. So MES has become more complex, and you need to do closing the loop itself. So significantly, there is no one package that can do that. So we leverage actually a module of different solutions embedding into this platform. So what is composability? This is by Gartner's. By 2030, most of the organization will be adopting intelligent composable approach itself. Because you have different division having different priority. What you need is the tools that can seamlessly integrate to the know-how in the application plan. And we generated and developed this composable MES itself. Ideally is to speed up the implementation and to gain faster. Implementer may not be sitting in this country, may be sitting in Germany or US, but the core is that implementation-wise is one single platform. Modular in wise that you can plug and play as and when there is a change of the variety of quality, and adoption, you can adopt fairly quickly. So the development is composability democratization solutions towards the single human-centric itself. It's not all on the off-the-shelf by a certain company that A company use, B company I use the same. It's very different. So this uniqueness allows us to create a simpler platform to do the composability. First, you need to have expert knowledge for that particular operate in real time, and is in the closed loop itself, where you can leverage and see for yourself whether this is optimized or there can be better way of operating. So what we have done is developed a composable MES manufacturing platform, and we have unified real-time integration and visualization depending on different kind of package as well. So this gives a flexibility of user wanting to impose the kind of application at site, and it improves the efficiency and the decision support globally. So we have this applications composability, just like Lego itself, to build on top accordingly. So composable MES has actually changed a lot of landmark in the process landscape itself. What you can see, mentioned earlier, AI, it is actually happening. So in Yokogawa, we are already not looking just purely automation. We are already looking at generative AI that can give advisory to allow the control automatically if you permit. So we can also generate multiple kind of agent collectively from different group of people to define the AI technologies required for this function to work upon. So this is where we see the smart factory is transforming. First, the redefined MES architecture has now been a reality. And this is actually complied to Industrial 5.0 coming ahead by 2030, because under Industrial 5.0, most of the governance is towards platformless. Not on a platform, you are using actually composable portion. You have a focus shift into usability towards a user experience instead, and a technology shift is towards the composable solution with an AI. So what you see at the current stage, this is probably what you will see in the next 5 years. Most of the shop floor is fully automated, and this is also what the owner will require that. And they want to translate their members into looking into subject matter expertise, where to tweak and generate the profit of the product and be seamlessly producing much faster rate itself. In the control room, to the extent it may be operating with just 1 or 2, as what we already see in Japan, because of the shortfall of operators itself, the intelligence built in the control room is actually supporting the know-how and the quick decision immediately to this scale itself. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Just gonna see if there's any time left for, yes, you do have 3 minutes left. If anyone has any question, yes, the lady over there, may we please get a microphone over to her? Maybe we can take 1 or 2 quick questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much for your presentation, but the question is, what will happen to people?
Yes, that is always the fundamental question. So these days, we also ask the academic, what happened to your student if you are still learning C++ and not Python script? The thing is, we have to transform. And now there's an increased number of people also leveraging to study AI kind of technology. And this is always circling around. We really need to enhance our skill set, leveraging this for the real application. What we used to do is to do control in the aspect of certain rating on certain parameter. But now, most of the time, we are actually trying to provide profitability and value add in the plant operation. So mindset thinking has changed, and that is where we also embark to train local MRRTs into embarking this kind of initiative to work on accordingly.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can conclude now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
If you would like to continue this conversation, Dr. Darius is available. Thank you very much for your insights. As we go on to, thank you. As we go on now to one of the main and key topics that is always surrounding the F&B sector, and a topic that has turned into a pillar of how to reduce food waste. And you will see from the expert panel, which is our first expert panel of the day, sorry, the microphone is not collaborating, that this topic specifically only happens in very incremental steps. It's not something that you will see right away, but the incremental steps is super important. Here are some of the numbers that shed light on it. Check this number out. Globally, 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted every year, which represents 1/3 of all food produced. Reducing this number, this waste, can feed up to 2 billion people, okay, which is more than double the number of people suffering from hunger worldwide. So the solution is within the actual problem. In the GCC, if we want to localize this number, food waste still accounts, despite many advancements, still accounts for 34% of total waste. That's a big percentage. Efforts to reduce food waste here in the GCC can also potentially save $3.5 billion annually in this region. There are many initiatives, and you're going to hear more about these coming up, that aim to reduce. So the goal here is to reduce waste by 25% coming to the year 2030, which will lead into a significant reduction and a wonderful impact on the environment. I'm going to stop here and hand over to the first expert panel of the day, and I'm going to invite the wonderful moderator who's going to take you on the insights of this topic. Please welcome Seda Solmaz, who's the founder and CEO of Idea Atelier, who will be shedding light on the topic and later inviting her expert guests. Welcome, Seda. It's on.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Thank you, Jessie, for the wonderful introduction. So we're approaching lunchtime, and I want to see how energized this group is, okay? I want you to throw a number, 1 to 10. How much energy you feel at the moment? 10? Oh, you guys had way too much coffee. Anyone lower than 5? Be honest. It's almost lunchtime. Oh my God, we have a great crowd here. Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. So I promise you one thing, when you walk out of this panel today, you are going to have a lot more energy because we are going to be discussing how collectively we can reduce food waste through innovation, partnership, and community engagement. But first, I have a lot of key messages to give you, but first I want to introduce my esteemed panelists and welcome them onto the stage. So first up, we have Khulud Al-Nuwais. She is the Secretary General joining us from NEMA Committee. Next up, we have Shehzad Ahmed. He's the founder of Leverbridge Company. Next up, we have Anurag Shukla. He's the Executive Vice President, Foods Business, Alguer Foods. Last but not least, we have Ovi Korean. He's the Production and Manufacturing Director joining us from ADC Tanmia's Poultry Division. Thank you so much all for joining. I will join you in 1 minute. I just want to share a couple of additional facts from the UAE related to food waste because the numbers are quite staggering, as Jessie mentioned. Did you know 38% of all the food is wasted in the UAE? And what is the cost of that? It's 6 billion dirhams. Now, according to the World Food Organization, it takes 0.0014 dirham to feed a hungry person 1 meal. Now, if you're good in math, and we all are, we can feed over 4.3 trillion meals with that amount of waste. That's staggering, right? Now I want to bring this and make it personal for you. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. There's 2 possible answers. You can either applaud, okay? So I want to hear a lot of applauds. And if you don't applaud, there's the other option, which is I want to hear a loud boo. Okay? Very easy game. So the first question is, have you ever had a great idea to reduce food waste from a personal perspective? Amazing. Now the next question is, have you ever ignored that idea because you thought, why does it matter? It's so small, it's never going to make a difference. Thank you for being honest. All those little boos back there, thank you. So this is the message I wanted to give this morning is we all have the good intention, but it's sometimes very difficult to turn that into action. And I think this is a good moment for me to take a seat and join my fellow panelists so we can discuss how we can turn the good intention into a good action. Okay, so let's start with the cross-industry collaboration, which is really key in terms of building a sustainable food system. So my question is, how are you working with partners outside the F&B sector such as logistics, technology, and the government, to create a more integrated approach to food waste reduction. And Khulud, maybe I can start with you.
Yeah, sure. So I'm delighted to be here today. Thanks to the organizers for organizing such a great event. This is a topic that I'm very passionate about. So I just want to echo some of the statistics that you have just highlighted, both you and Jesse, earlier on. And just to add to that, that actually food loss and waste is a serious problem that has huge impact on the environment, on our social lives, and also on the economy. And basically, if we think of food waste as a country, it will be the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, which has also huge implications on climate change, and that's what many of us don't know or don't see and realize. As you mentioned, 1/3 of the amount of food produced annually goes to waste. In the UAE context, we import almost 80 to 90% of our food. So it's really a shame to be able, it's really a shame to actually waste almost 30 to 35% of that, noting the cost that you mentioned, which is around 6 billion dirhams annually are wasted on food waste. So really, this is why Na'ma was formed, to actually address food waste as one of the strategic pillars of the food security strategy. And it's all about collaboration. So the initiative is actually a collaboration between the Emirates Foundation, the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, and the Presidential Court, with the aim to really reflect His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed's vision in terms of addressing overconsumption and food waste, and be able to promote more sustainable practices, shift people's mindsets to conserving food, to make sure that we are inspiring them to cherish food as a blessing, and that's really the meaning of Na'ma. Also, basically to create a collective movement towards promoting the use of more sustainable practices across the supply chain, because when food is wasted or food is lost, it is lost across the supply chain, all the way starting at the farmer's end as a result of logistical issues, poor harvesting techniques, storage issues, but also at the other side of the supply chain, at the retailers end, at the food services end. This is a very hospitable culture. It's a culture, unfortunately, of many buffets where a lot of food tends to be wasted. There's a lot of surpluses. And this is where we tend to immediately think, it's actually the food services and the food and beverage sector are the ones who are creating a lot of food waste. But actually, we need to think about ourselves as consumers, as individuals, because according to statistics, the bulk of the waste happens at the household level. So there are many areas where food is being lost or wasted, and to be able to address and identify all these hotspots of where we're wasting the most, we need to have collective effort, we need to have collective action. And this is why Na'ma is collaborating with all sectors across the supply chain to address the problem. In the last 2 years, we've been working closely with the hospitality sector to look at behavioral science or behavioral nudges as interventions, simple things that we are changing in the settings that allow us to reduce food waste. And through the different pilots and the scale-ups that we have done that included more than 190 hotel sites, we've actually managed to reduce food waste up to 60% in many of these settings. So we're already achieving results in that space. However, we feel that this is a long-term goal where NAMA really aims to reduce food waste by 50% by the year 2030. And there is a lot more that needs to be done through NAMA's collaborative approach to achieve its 5 key objectives, and that is really to increase the level of awareness of the UAE community through awareness campaigns, through educational programs, but also to look at, as I mentioned, collaboration and partnership is key. We cannot achieve this goal in isolation. We need to collaborate with everyone across the supply chain. We need to also look at policies and regulations that allow us to create a more enabling environment. And what is really important, and I know many of the sessions today have highlighted the importance and the use of innovation and technology. And that is really pivotal to the success of reducing food loss and waste, because working with new innovations, with startups that have new ideas that help us address some of these challenges that we're facing across the supply chain, we're able to create more efficiencies, we're able to redirect food from being wasted, and we are able to use these technologies to scale up at a much faster rate. So this is really where I see collaboration is key.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing the progress up to date. It's a fantastic achievement, even in a short time. Ovi, I would like to get your feedback on the same question.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. With regards to technology, and what we need to do is to be constantly informed from our technical partners of what innovations they are out there. And by building bridges with them, they will automatically come to us with ideas of their own that they have studied in time and they made it work for us to trial and implement and see the success. Because it all starts with an idea that will then germinate and get us on to the next level. Now, with regards to the government relations, the government will always act as a referee with regards to all the operating businesses out there in any government, and they will see best practices. They will see also what would suit a certain region, what would suit another region, and they will not necessarily only enforce things, but suggest things to many other businesses of how good looks like, and also to be able to sustain all the effort, because all changes will need to be done within the government's regulations and the rules. Now, with regards to logistics, that is quite an important area where food waste might occur. So from our perspective, what would be viable is to have very solid partners that have been with businesses and they have proven their track record of being potentially the best in the business. And our company, Tanmiya, is also trying to nurture these partnerships and get the feedback from all logistic departments, and everybody that can come up with a solution for something will be we will be more than happy to listen to. So I believe that we can dwell for a long time with regards to these 3 topics. And I would also like to share the opinions of my honorable colleagues in here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Shehzad?
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm happy to be here today, and this is a very important topic. We have, as a management consulting business, we work very closely with food and beverages companies across the Middle East region. And we try to focus on the entire ecosystem, which is end-to-end. So be it the manufacturers, be it the distributors, retailers, we work very closely with them. Now, commonly, what we have seen is that definitely, if you look at the whole ecosystem, there are these big, large companies that are there and which have the know-how, the technology, the muscles to do things that the way they can do, and they can invest the money to do it. But always 70 to 80% of the economy is made up of small to medium enterprise. And when we look at, when she was talking about the hotspots that the wastage happens at multiple points, we need to look at the participation of these companies and how we can bring more economic benefits to them. Because when we talk about it from a very large picture perspective, we talk about 1/3 of the food is wastage. If we talk about it into how many tons is wasted and what's the population impact of it, which is great motivation to do something about it. But when we go at the level of the small to medium enterprise, what we really see is that if for them it's all about profitability, survival, and economic value. And they may not look at that 1 or 2 or 3% that gets wasted from their end, but when you put the cumulative of all of that together, you're having a big number. So how do you incentivize them? Now, in terms of technology, yes, there is technology. We are today, as a human race, we are probably at the forefront of technology. We have the most advanced technology that we have right now, and more is coming through. Similarly, if you look at in terms of the knowledge and the experience, it does exist. But how do we make this experience trickle down? How do we make that experience shared among these people? How do we bring the best practices that exist today to them so that they can start seeing the economic value of it? Because the moment somebody sees an economic value in any activity, the participation level goes up. And those economic value can only be created when we study the whole system from a large perspective, but also a very micro level perspective, and start collecting the data. Yes, there is big data available, but also the detailing of that is missing. So the more detailed data we have, the more processes are defined properly, the more technology becomes accessible to the people at the real bottom end of the market, and we are able to bring that together. And in terms of awareness campaigns that we talk about, sometimes the motivation levels are very high. For example, during Ramadan, we see a lot of good campaigns which is happening, and you see people actually participating a lot and talking about it. But that sort of fizzles out during the rest of the year. So it's more of that discipline and that focus and commitment to the cause, making sure that the entire community is participating into it. And there is a lot of experience sharing happening across the industry. The technology becomes accessible to the people within the pyramid, and a lot of extensive training is given to the people. So when the technology, the training, the accessibility, the sharing of the knowledge, all of these start to happen through multiple platforms, we will start to see the change. Now, we may not go from a very bad scenario to an excellent scenario, but we will start to see the progress happening as we go along. So the process has to start. The dialogue has already started. We have started companies highlighting the numbers, big numbers are being put. There's a lot of motivation. But I still believe that the incentive part of it, the economic incentive part of it, is a big piece which is missing, which should be brought into the equation.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, the economic value, because sustainability used to be a nice fuzzy word companies were using, but now there's actually value in it. So you can actually make money by going after sustainable solutions. So thank you for raising that. Anurag, I would like to also get your opinion on this question.
Sure. So look, we are all graduates of WhatsApp universities nowadays. So the way the food is classified is, it is either a carbohydrate or a fat or a protein. So similarly, like for us, Al Ghurair Foods, we operate in all the three value chains. So to start with, say for example, carbohydrate, we operate in wheat value chain, and very soon we are investing for a new plant in Kizad on the corn value chain, wherein we are going to process corn, make starch, modified starch, liquid glucose, maltodextrin. Currently, we operate flour mills in UAE, in Saudi, in Sudan, and in Sri Lanka. So to describe you a wheat value chain, you start from wheat, you basically import the wheat, grind it, and the only waste it comes out is basically the bran, or wheat offal as we call it. Now that wheat offal, the wastage, what we do is we convert that into animal feed. So we add a lot more soya meal, we add corn, and basically make either the livestock feed or a poultry feed. And that feed is fed to our own farms. So we run the largest layer farm in Ras Al Khaimah, and we are putting up a very big broiler farm in Kizad as we speak. So that same feed is fed to the chickens, and that is what the protein comes out. So that is the protein value chain. So coming back to your question in terms of the collaboration, I would like to highlight the third value chain which we operate in is at fat. So what we do is we import canola seeds from all over the world, mostly from Canada and Australia, grind it, and then basically convert into 450,000 tons of oil or 550,000 of meal. Now, to transport this out, basically you can understand the kind of challenge because that is coming to the collaboration which we have with DP World. We are the largest consumers of their services in Jebel Ali. We use close to 70,000 TUs every year. So every day, 200 containers have to basically transport our goods in and out because we operate in the space where all our products are perishable. They have a very limited shelf life. And if you are not running the factory continuously, you can be dead. I was in Nigeria for almost 8 years, and the biggest challenge there was to take a truck from the factory to the port itself could take you a couple of days. And that is where we are blessed to be in Dubai and have a fantastic collaborative partnership with DP World, which actually helps us move all these goods in and around from our factory and keep our factories running.
Amazing, thank you. Now let's move on to innovation, which is obviously something very close to my heart. Innovation is actually very impactful also when we're tackling food waste. So the question, I want to actually start with you, Shehzad, this time. So innovation, from your perspective, what are the most promising innovations or emerging technologies that could significantly reduce food waste in the coming years?
I think, so we have spoken a lot about artificial intelligence and generative AI and also the predictive AI in the past. And we know that a lot of, within the entire ecosystem, within a lot of hotspots, the information sharing is the key that we have. I'll take a simple example today. In terms of infrastructure today, UAE has one of the most advanced infrastructure in the world. In terms of direct to home, the delivery, the last mile delivery, we have a huge network of bikers which are there today. And we were talking about food wastage that happened at the level of the food service or the F&B outlets that is there. Now, since these two ecosystems exist, but still the connectivity is the one which is missing. So the technology is there. So we've got three ecosystems working independent to each other. It's that connectivity of these multiple systems coming together which will make the major impact. So it's not that individual technologies do not exist. They do exist today in multiple formats. So it's about getting the IT bit of it, the software bit of it, it's getting the infrastructure bit of it, it's getting that collaboration between different industries together under one umbrella and create that model which then starts to work on its own. So sustainability works when different technologies work in collaboration with each other, with the infrastructure and the human resources. So the skill development is also a big portion that can happen along with the technology, because technology by itself does not solve any problem unless people know how to use the technology. So we see a lot of advanced technology presentations. We see a lot of people talking about very high-end new things coming up. But if people are not skilled and trained to use them, we are not able to leverage them to the full extent of what they are supposed to. And it should be across the board through multiple sectors. That's how those collaborations are what is going to make the big difference.
Absolutely. Thank you. Khulud?
I mentioned earlier that actually innovation and technology is one of the key pillars in Na'ma, and this is where we collaborated with the Food Tech Challenge in the last 2 years, and actually now recently in the last week we just announced the third cycle of the Food Tech Challenge, which really is all about investing in startups that have innovative ideas that address food loss and waste. In the past, we have worked with many of these technologies, whether it's applications that redirect food surpluses, that also help us in the tracking of data, which is something you just highlighted. I believe this is really important because this is one of the key gaps that currently exists in the food ecosystem. The absence and the lack of data. What doesn't get measured doesn't get managed properly. So one of the things that Naama is trying to do is really building the actual measurement and data around food loss and waste, so that in the last few weeks we kick-started our first UAE baseline study, which will help us measure actual food loss and waste. The outcome of that is to have UAE indices for food loss and for food waste that we are able to track, and we are able to measure our performance in terms of reaching our reduction targets against that baseline. So this is one way of using technology, but also utilizing technologies that help us manage waste better. And on the compositing side, we have worked with many technologies who turn unusable food waste into other usable products. We've worked with technologies that have smart fridges that allow us to redistribute surplus food. So there are many different ideas if are integrated in the food ecosystem, will help create a lot of food waste reduction, will create better efficiencies in terms of managing food waste, whether it's edible or unedible waste. And this is where we see that there is huge potential to actually expand and scale some of these startups. One of the key challenges has been really providing access to the industry to actually realize the potential of these startups. And I think where we were able to be successful is once we've tested ideas with them, which is something that was also highlighted earlier by one of my colleagues here, is really to look at how do we scale up, how do we test, how do we trial, and then take it to the next level of scaling up these new innovations to create bigger impact, and to also track data, and to realize some of the cost savings and the efficiencies that were highlighted earlier as well.
Absolutely. Anurag, would you like to comment?
Sure. I think you touched a very important topic on the innovation part per se, so I'll just like to give you one small example which we are experimenting with. As we speak, we are commissioning a liquid egg factory in Kizad. So what we do is we take the eggs, basically crush it, pasteurize, and basically sell the liquid eggs. But in the process, you almost generate 3 to 4 tons per day of shells. Okay, so that's one part of the problem. The second part is, as I told you, basically we also have the UAE's biggest layer farm in Ras Al Khaimah. So there, every day you generate 70 tons of chicken manure. Now you have two problems. One side you are generating the chicken manure, the other side you are generating the shells. Now both of them can go to landfills very easily, but what we are trying to do is we are putting both of them together. We are tying up with BR to basically buy some green waste, and we are now working with an Australian company which is doing a bacterial solution. So what you do is you put all the things together. The way you look at it is basically the manure has the nitrogen part because it has NH3. The shells has basically the phosphorus. And you put all the three things together, NPK, that is what you require for the soil. So this technology, it's a very innovative one wherein they will basically put a bacterial solution, put all the three things together and rest it for some time, and eventually it becomes soil. It becomes a soil where you can actually grow trees. So that is the kind of technology, innovation which we are trying to experiment with, because our scale is huge and we need something, and in GCC, the value of soil is huge. So what we believe is this is something which can be a really transformative innovation, and we really look forward to concluding these trials.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing those examples. They make it very real, huh?
I think I'd just like to highlight also the importance of creating circularity in that closing the loop aspect, where actually you are reducing the amount of food waste that ends up in land. Also, this is something we are trying to apply in Na'ma, where we're making sure that food waste is diverted from landfill by redirecting the surpluses to people who need it the most, and the unedible is being similarly composited and turned into fertilizer or soil. This way you are creating a much more impactful circular economy model. Thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you. Ovi, from poultry side of things, any comment?
Yes, we have a lot of innovative ideas that we are currently doing in Tanmiah Foods. And to relate to the food waste conversion, we have established a system of treating the wastewater coming from the processing plants into irrigation water for planting trees in the middle of the desert. So Tanmiah has a project to reach 1 million trees by 2025. We are currently at 450,000 trees across 3 sites, 3 locations, and we have recently acquired a 4th one that will host itself 250,000, all using wasted water that instead of being disposed of, we have invested in technology with regards to treatment that will allow us to use it as water for the trees plantation. What we're also doing is converting all the poultry waste from the processing plants into fertilizer, which we have established quite a line of customers, and the quality of that fertilizer, it's becoming well known in the business, and we are striving to achieve more with regards to the level of quality and its application. Now, with regards to automation as an innovative area, we have seen that everybody likes machinery, everybody likes the latest of late technology for whatever reason, to get better results, to get faster results, to be more efficient. And I have seen throughout the years a shift in the producers of the technological equipment's mindsets. Whilst, let's say, 10, 15 years ago, their main focus was to design a certain machine to do a certain operation. But their perspective was more like an engineer's one, rather than a poultry individual person. And for the last 5, 10 years, I have seen them coming more often into the operational level and understanding what is it that is left from our operation, and how do we convert that into the next level of product. So more and more ideas have come up stemming from that initiative, and I am happy that the shift has occurred, because myself, personally, being an operations individual, I like data, I like facts, I like to compare, and I want to see real progress. And there was discussions with regards to the efficiency of various pieces of kit, their development, and now I'm seeing more and more a shift. And that is very, very commendable. And also with regards to innovative ideas, not just technology-wise, but mindset-wise. Tanmiah has a very, very strong medicine and vaccines division that are looking a lot into improving the nutrition of the bird, which means the bird will be having a better welfare, will survive its journey better, reducing the amount of casualties, the amount of diseases among the birds that have been grown. So we are doing a lot of ideas. We have to have a lot of ideas in order to progress.
Great, thank you for sharing that. From my side, I just want to share also upcycling is a great strategy where you can actually take a zero value product and turn it into a value added product. So now in the UAE, we see some import products that are, using ugly fruits and vegetables. I mean, these are perfectly fine, right? But they're not good enough for the consumer to maybe consume on its own. So they put it into granola bars, they put it into different types of snacks. So that's one strategy. Another one we've seen is the date seed coffee. We are blessed here with lots of different variety of dates, but the seeds are usually thrown away, right? So now we actually turn them into a coffee product, which is a great upcycling strategy. And the last one is whey protein. If you consume whey protein was actually dumped after cheese production. So it was a zero value product, and now it is a super highly valued, right, premium kind of a product. So there's always ways to turn the zero value into value added, but I think along the facts, we need to think a little bit creatively as well to achieve that, but there's definitely a lot of opportunity. So we have about 5 minutes. I'm gonna ask you the last question. This is all about the vision and the future that you foresee for a zero food waste future. What's the most critical change needed to make that vision a reality? And let's start with Anurag, maybe you this time.
See, you have been talking about 34% food waste. We have been talking about so much of restaurant waste and a lot of food getting wasted. We as an industry are ready to use it. We can use it either to basically convert them into soil, fertilizer, or some kind of format, or easiest is basically we can burn them and convert into energy. We are a big user of energy also. So I think the innovation or the best vision is to basically convert all that food waste into something before they actually get converted into methane and greenhouse gases. So that speed of execution is required. I think we require a big partnership with the private sector as well as public sector and come out with a solution which we can drive it together.
Great, thank you so much. Ovi, I will come back to you.
Thank you. So sustainability is the key in here, and we need to have more synergies in between the industries because there are still quite a lot of silos operating in the industry, and cross-industry references and partnerships will help a lot, and that normally is done via sustainability. And for example, Tanmiya is in top 3 sustainability businesses in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we have dedicated a specific department to the sustainability. And we are looking forward to our colleagues from various other parts of the food industry to joint effort, because ideas can come out of nowhere. The human mind works better than anything, better at the moment that AI will have, better than robotics will have, because innovation comes in a flash. Somebody sees something in a certain process with a different set of eyes and will make that a viable option for ourselves. So without going into too much detail, I think that sustainability teams working in partnership together will increase the chances of reducing food waste in reality.
Great, thank you. Shahzad?
I think the most important vision probably would be that nobody should go hungry. And across the world, we produce enough food for 8 billion people, and we can easily support 10 billion people with the same amount of food. All the effort should be made to make sure that nobody is hungry. We have high quality nutritional food available for everyone. We have more than enough resources today in hand, be it technology, infrastructure, willingness, money. It's just that they all have to work together to reach that objective. That is the most important motivator or the vision that probably I'll see.
Absolutely. It's a great mission and a purpose. Khulud, I would like to end with you.
So I echo what was highlighted already, really partnership, collaboration, collective effort to to reduce food waste is key to be able to become a nation where no food is wasted. Also, I would like to highlight the importance of starting with ourselves, behavioral change. You know, we can all take simple steps in our day-to-day life to reduce how much food is being wasted, to reduce some of the current practices in the different industries that are actually also creating waste. And collectively, we can co-create the right solutions, as highlighted earlier, to really address the root cause of the problem. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We've done great. We have 1 minute left. Any questions from the audience? Wow, lots of questions. Great. The mic is on its way.
Okay, two mics. Thanks, Khulud, for your efforts and your efforts also in Naama Foundation. I'm from restaurant industry. Last Ramadan, I did the campaign about the waste from our open buffet. You know, more than 20% from the buffet, from open buffet, is wasting for the food. My question now for Naama especially, you know, there is a two type of waste of food in the restaurant industry. First type is the food left over from the production, and this we can donate to any another foundation like UAE Food Bank or Naama. Another type of waste food, it's left over from customers, and this is very high, especially in Ramadan and open buffet. I did in my restaurant many competition between the guests, and I also encourage them to eat their plates, but we still have very big waste every day from our buffet. The question is, why not, if Naama Foundation takes this offer left of food and composed instead of the restaurant? Because a small restaurant doesn't have the, doesn't have the money to compost food. Also, it will be expensive for the restaurant. Why did not, if you do this instead of the small restaurant, and there is a many small restaurant in the world, not only here. So we can see this in the future or no?
Yes. Thank you very much. Very, very important question. I think this is one of the key things that actually Naama is working on to influence one policy, because I believe there is a lot that needs to be done at the infrastructural level. One of the key things and the very important aspect that we have seen recently during a visit that we had to Denmark is the fact that they actually separate 10 items of food. They separate, they do food separation from the general waste, but they also separate 10 items from the general waste. So, number one, we are trying to work with waste management facilities and like Tadweer and others to see what are the future plans in terms of introducing waste separation, scaling up compositing across different communities, because we do see the potential of scaling up. We've seen in other countries, from the best practices and the benchmarks we have seen, is that compositing machines are widely available in different communities that support the compositing aspect. But also even in household communities, today many people are actually doing compositing in their own houses. The machines are not very costly. They are even being sold at Amazon. So really, there are different ways of doing this. Even us in Naama, we have been working with a lot of the restaurants and the hotels that have been participating with Naama to make sure that we are connecting them with the right companies that are compositing for us and at very low cost. So really there are many ways of addressing this, and we are looking at different ways of making sure that we're having those facilitated discussions that will help us create the right infrastructure and more food is being diverted from landfill. Thank you.
I think we're out of time, but we'll be around there in case you have a question. We'd love to connect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask you, thank you so much insights. Please do stay for your group photo. A few more seconds on stage as I introduce the next topic. A lot of you have asked about it, a little additional insights into consumer behavior. Yesterday, in one of the panels, the moderator asked the speakers, if you had a magical wand, what would you choose to get, okay? And the speaker said, the guest said, if I had a magical wand, I wish I could know exactly what the consumer wants, what the future consumer wants, so that we give them what they want. Now, we're going to give you the magical wand in human form, because our next speaker is going to shed light exactly on consumer insights. So, 60% of UAE FMCG shoppers now prefer, not surprisingly, to actually shop online. Not only are they looking for convenience and quality, but they're willing, as we mentioned, to pay more money for quality and sustainable products. This is a very important notion into consumer behavior. This shift into online and e-commerce is actually an increase of 30% online in the FMCG sector. The demand also for organic and health-focused product is on the rise, with 45% of UAE consumers actively seeking healthier, better options, even if they are more costly or more expensive. To shed more light with a little bit more visual elements and insights, please welcome Imtiaz Hashim to give you who's the Consumer Insights Director at Kantar World Panel UAE. Welcome.
Thank you. Do I have a clicker? Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Hello. So I have a challenge today. Actually, I have two challenges. One is to talk about shopper behavior, which everybody's eager to know. Then talk about what new they're doing in the retail space, what channels they're going, how are they planning to save cost, and finally give some advices for the brands who are here to grow. But I have only 15 minutes to do that. The second challenge is to keep you all awake and entertained before the lunch is served. So let me see how I do here. Let me start by telling a little bit about how we collect the shopper data. So at Kantar World Panel, what we do is we have talked about out-of-home consumption, out-of-home usage of purchases of FMCG products, including foods and beverages. What we do here, we maintain a huge set, 3,000 households of shoppers in our portfolio who give us data about their purchases every month. And we collect their shopper behavior and do the trend analysis. We dig into the big data and we do our analytics. And we find out that these three things are critical for you all to know. Number one, how are shopper trends evolving over time? And there has been going on a lot of events in the last few years. Think about the COVID time, it passed. Then there was Middle East crisis, the Russia-Ukraine crisis, a lot of things that happened that had supply crisis, that had inflationary pressures that brought in. And because of all those things, shoppers have evolved constantly, and they will keep on evolving constantly. So what are those key behavioral changes that they're going through? That's number one. Number two, UAE shoppers, how are they changing their retail behavior? Because we have seen when prices go up, not necessarily everybody's go for paying the extra money for the products. What they do is they find out interesting ways of reducing that wallet pressure by managing their purchase cost. How do they do that? And in doing so, they are going to, for example, interesting new arenas such as the discounters that are emerging in UAE or the e-commerce platform where they find new options. Number three, and for brands, what does it all mean? So we'll start with the evolving trends. A very tiny, talk about the context setting here. So UAE economy, if you look on the left-hand side, the per capita income is growing. It is growing significantly and over time. We look at the inflationary trend. This is the government numbers, and we see that it went up, then stayed there, coming back, and it's plateaued. It's not going up. So it's a manageable situation there. On the far end, what we see is called PMI, or Purchasing Managers Index, which essentially tells us if the number you're looking at is above 50, which means the non-oil sector is growing. So economy is booming. Inflation is stable right now. So it's a fantastic space for all the food and beverages sectors to operate in. But, however, not to mention, there is a cost of living increase in some areas, including the housing sector, which will definitely pinch your shoppers and customers. So whenever you're marketing to these people, you have to be aware of that. In that context, let's pull up a longitudinal data set, and let's look at how the in-house volume is moving. So what I'm showing here is overall FMCG, but also food, beverages, and dairy consumption volume. How are they moving? Overall, the volume is flat, even though if you look at the average prices has increased for FMCG. And in beverages particularly, interestingly, what happened is, even though prices have increased, there has less impact. And in dairy, in fact, dairy is one segment that is enjoying significant growth. So with that in mind, if you look at the longitudinal trends, what we see, a lot of data here. Let me explain a little bit. What we are looking at on the green line is the amount of purchase people make. The blue line is the spend that they make, and the red line is the prices. If you see a lot of waves, you'll see the highest peaks are generally Ramadan. But interestingly, the recent 2 Ramadans, what we see is that post-Ramadan, after 2 months of Ramadan, there is another peak. Shoppers are again going up and buying more amount. And if you look at this thing, which obviously says that this is a promising event for the FMCG industry, which was not the case previously, by the way. So this is a new trend. And in the recent months, if you look at the 98, 99, 97, what does it tell us is that shoppers are buying products at a slightly cheaper prices. Does this mean the prices are falling? Not necessarily. They are going down, definitely. But what they're doing ultimately is finding ways to find deals, or using means, using channels that give them, more value products, and they are buying at a lesser price. So this is interesting. And other things that they're doing is, if you look at the columns, what they're meaning is that all these behavioral parameters, for example, the spend they make, the volume they purchase, or the pack sizes per trip that they buy. Looking at this, one interesting thing that we see, now shoppers are trying to rationalize by buying smaller packs. But in food, for example, they are buying more number of packs than they used to buy. What does it mean for us? It means, obviously, bundling opportunity, but also it means that shoppers keep on doing their rationalization behavior all the way. The inflationary pressure has gone down a little bit, but people are conscious, and they're doing short-term planning on how they should buy. And that is why, for all the brands present here, it's all the more critical to understand in your own category how shoppers are behaving. That was number 1. Chapter 2 will be focusing on the new emerging channels. For example, the discounters channel. What is a discounter? Discounters are generally very prominent in Europe and North America, where you'll see a channel, wherever they are, they will claim the best, cheapest prices every day of the week. And that trend was not in UAE since the advent of COVID times. Then a lot of channels came in, and it became just like the global trend. If you look at the global trend, discounters are one channel that's the fastest growing in the world, even above the e-commerce growth that we see. Globally, in 2023, we have seen 14% growth in the discounter sector, and that is being mirrored in UAE also. If you look at these numbers, this is UAE number, 53% of UAE households have made purchases from the discounters in the last 1 year. So which is a big number, especially if you look at the 87 is the number, which tells us how many, when you say discounter, what is the amount or the extent of discount that they're getting. At an overall level, they're getting 87. So if the normal price is 100, If I go to a discounter, I can buy the same category, may not be the same brand, at 87 dirhams. So that is the kind of benefit that you're getting. And as a result, the penetration means household that buy product from discounters continues to go up. Just 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, it was around 40% household. Now it's more than 50% household go and purchase products from discounters. And for you brands also, it means that you have to go and invest with the channel and make partnership with this channel because this is emerging. Still, the value contribution is not too much. If I spend 4% on 100 dirhams in FMCG, only 4 dirham I'm spending in discounters, but this is sharply growing. So that's one thing. And who are the people that are going to the discounters? We are talking about people looking for value. They want to buy products at a cheaper price. Does it mean that only one segment of the people are going there? Not necessarily. If you look at the socioeconomic classes, even socioeconomic class A and B are going to discounters. Even the more wealthier segments are going to discounters. Even young and old, both generations going to discounters, which means this is a trend that's here to stay. It's going to be in the future, and it's likely to grow. All right, so that was discounters. And e-commerce, very interestingly, e-commerce is a space we all know that it's growing. In UAE, it's important for all the brands. I checked last year that among the top 600 brands, 91% of the brands are selling their product online already. So if you look at the global perspective, this is what it tells you is the largest, e-commerce countries in the world. If you look at it, UAE is almost at the top. I mean, on the top tier countries. It's 43% of his household, does online shopping recently. So this is this is definitely an important number to understand. Even before us, so we are above Ireland, we are above Sweden. So a lot of countries, we have really jumped through. And obviously, it's a demand and supply issue as well, because the brands, the marketers that you are providing, an ecosystem for acquiring this service. They are indeed doing this. Let's look at a little bit on UAE market. If you look at that, almost half of the UAE market does online shopping or e-commerce. And their spend on e-commerce have risen from 5.5% to 7.1% in just 2 years. So if I spend 100 dirhams in shopping, 7% of it I'm shopping online. And it's significant, just 50% growth in 2 years. It's really, really big numbers. Not only that, if you look at the depth of usage, for example, the frequency, it used to be in June 2020, if the frequency was 100 times, now it's 136 times. So which is significant growth, and also the depth, volume per trip, which means if I think about why is e-commerce so lucrative. Number one, we already discussed some time ago by another speaker, convenience is the key. So if I open my mobile phone, I can do my shoe shopping and FMCG shopping. I can buy milk and anything I want just with the convenience. But plus also, I don't have to carry that and take it home. It will come to me. So with that in mind, the shopper behavior change that we see only closely resonates with what they're doing, what they want, the convenience, and what they do is really matching. And all our brands have to be mindful of that. And one key difference between the brick and mortar shopping and online shopping is that online shopping is all about data. Brick and mortar shop, somebody comes to your door, they buy something and leave, but here they give you their data. And data analytics, using the information that you have, is critical for brand growth, critical to stay one step ahead. So that's all about e-commerce. Number 3, so what does it all mean to you, brands? All it means, from Kantar, where I come from, we say that for any brand to grow, you have to be meaningfully different. Number 1, to more people. What does it mean, meaningfully different? Many of us know. Think about a toothpaste brand. If they want to be different, and all they do is they come up with a variant that is glow in the dark. So that's their specialty. They talk about, we are different, but you'll never see that glow in UAE probably because you're always in light, not in dark. So it doesn't mean anything. So it's not meaningful for differentiation for the consumers. So for a brand to grow, it has to be meaningfully different to a lot of people. And to do that, you have to be talking about your brand to more people. You have to be more present and also find new spaces or need states, need groups where you can push your product. So these are the three things. Let's talk about a little bit about be more present. In UAE, we do a study every year, UAE, Saudi, in many countries in the world where we are there, which are the best brands, which is the largest brand in terms of connecting with shoppers. The number of times they are bought. And we see that every year, almost 1 billion brand choices are made in UAE, 1 billion, and that has grown significantly, more than 18% versus last year. So basically, the FMCG choices are growing. Having said that, if you look at the largest brands, they're all familiar brands from last year. But interesting fact is that these are all or mostly local or regional brands. We have Al Rawabi, Al Ain Farms, Al Marai Marmoom, and Luzine. So these are big brands, individual brands. For example, Al Rawabi connecting with 48 million times with their shoppers. So it's a huge number. So this is obviously a high benchmark, but wherever space you are, you can see that this can happen in UAE. So this is significant. Why I'm saying this is because this sets up my conversation for the next point, which is that not all brands will grow. Okay, despite whatever they do, not all brands. If you look at last year, 54% of the brands in UAE, they increased their interaction with shoppers, or 47% of the brands grew their sales. All right? So, which is a positive sign, obviously. More brands actually grew. I remember the 2020 numbers, which was disappointing. 2021 numbers, those are disappointing. So this is a very good scenario where we see a lot more brands are growing than those brands are shrinking. But the most important way to grow is investing in your brand and get new shoppers. So basically, when we say penetration, it means that how many households am I present? If I'm present in 10% household, I have to invest to be present in 15%, 20%, 25%. That's the number one thing to do. We do a lot of things. And obviously, innovation is the path to that, but innovation in itself is nothing unless you can get shoppers who will stay with you. So number one thing is those brands who have grown, large, medium, or small, 68% of the brand grew when they had acquired new customers. Remember that from our Kantar studies, we always see that even for the largest brands, around 50% of your shoppers will not buy you next year. It's a big thing, right? Think about a brand like giants like Pepsi and Coke. 45 to 50% of their shoppers will not buy them next year. It's incomprehensible to many of us, but that's the truth. That's what shopper behavior tells us. So what you have to do is keep on investing on the brand. Don't sit passively. The scenario is difficult. There is COVID. There is this. There is change in AI, etc. So we cannot invest. That's not the way to grow, because others will invest and others will surpass you. That's number one. Number two, for food industry specifically, we do a study where we see that health trends, we all know this, but health trends is very, very critical for brand growth. Especially if you look at the UAE numbers versus global numbers, the so-called health actives who significantly spend their time, energy, money for good food, good health, healthy lifestyles, that percentage is much higher, much larger in UAE. So if that is the case, then your brand, especially if it's a food which is consumable, people take it in, they have to be really healthy. Because in UAE, otherwise, you're going to fall short because the health actives are so large. But this is just a superficial level. You have to go deeper, because everybody can claim, I am healthy, I'm healthy, I'm healthy. What does health mean to your shoppers? That's something you have to understand. So in our study, we see that you have to, for different category users, when they consume a product, they have a specific mindset on health and wellness. So if I'm buying bread, I have a mentality. If I am buying honey, I have a different mentality. And these are very different. When I'm thinking about honey, maybe I'm thinking about physical well-being. When I'm talking about another product, I'm thinking about mental well-being. So do you know what health means to your shoppers? You have to know that. You have to know what percentage of households of your shoppers are health conscious and looking for health. That will have deep concern, impact on how you do your messaging, how you do innovation. If your innovation is against the health trend, somehow people understand, then probably it will not grow. So think about the overall overcome health factors. So there are some negative factors people want to avoid in their life from a health perspective. What are these? You have to know, and how your brand, your product is linked with that. Somehow, if your brand is linked with something they want to avoid, doesn't matter how healthy you claim, it's not going to work. So you have to really know your shoppers, who they are, what are they looking for, what are they trying to avoid, and how we can link with them. So this is critical, because just saying healthy won't work. As somebody was saying, we live in a WhatsApp university era where constantly we are barraged with a lot of information. So people are aware about details of health. So if you look at one example, is that if you think about milk, so which following do you believe to be beneficial for well-being? If you ask globally, 70% of people say milk, associate milk with healthness. In UAE, it's significantly higher. It's 82% of people attach health and wellness with milk. If you think about probiotics are gut-friendly, it is fine. Meat is significantly considered to be healthy than the global average. So it is very different from other countries. If you come from another country, you have a specific perception about health, and this is how I should talk about health. Not necessarily it's going to match with UAE. Okay, so it's very different. So this is what I wanted to highlight, that health is a fantastic leeway of growth and innovation, but you have to really know what health means to your shoppers. So one example, this is my last slide, or semi-final slide. That one interesting example, so we know a lot of giant brands who are all present here have experienced growth, fantastic way. But even the brand like Pinar, which is growing, can achieve through exactly these routes. What they did is they refreshed their products. They brought in, from our data we saw that a health angle, and they increased their penetration. So they took care that I have to reach more households. How can we do that? What pack sizes should we sell? Which retail shop should we place our products? Who is our customer to begin with? What are their profile? And they found out that they can grow among expat Arab segments in this country. And also not from the richest group of people, maybe the medium SECC kind of group they will have to target. When they zeroed in, they understood what health means to them. They grew their penetration, gained that message, and they achieved significant growth. For example, CRP, consumer reach point growth of 7%, they have achieved in 1 year. So this is not only theory, this is practical, and brands can indeed achieve great growth using this philosophy. So what are my parting remarks? 3 things. Number 1, shoppers and consumers are always evolving. If you think that I've got the healthy customers in my portfolio done, it's never going to be that, because of 2 reasons. One is obviously the choices and preferences shift, and you have to really constantly know. And the second thing is people leave. They flirt with a lot of brands. It's not, loyalty has become a myth, especially in the FMCG sector. Unless you really reconnect, even the biggest brands keep on reconnecting and investing in their brands to stay afloat and grow. Second is know what are the new segments, new channels, new way of shopping that people are using, and leverage these channels to expand your reach and expand your penetration, household penetration. That's the key. If you take one thing from this message is that you have to increase, you have to keep on doing customer acquisition and increase your penetration, household penetration. Number 3, drive growth by penetration, but also activating the health trends, achieving the health trends by knowing them what that is. Don't just simply say I'm healthy. That's not going to work. That's all I have. Thank you, everybody. Let's go and create a better future for our food.
Thank you so much. Wonderful insights, and maybe 2 key points have stuck with me from your presentation. The first one is how easier now it is for new brands and existing brands to attract customers by going the healthy route, 1. And 2, how much harder it is now for brands to keep those clients simply because, those customers, because there's so many more options. So this really caught my attention. Loyalty or brand loyalty has now become a myth. This is huge for brands. No longer, consumers no longer have to stick to one product. They have every new option available coming up. Before we go on to our lunch, much anticipated lunch break, a very quick polling from our polling partner. I know you mentioned Pinar and some of their reinventing of products. So let's see a couple of questions that I'd love to get your insights on. Please scan the QR code and we'll see our next question that is looking into public and private sector collaborations, a topic that we delved on yesterday, seeing His Excellency Minister of Economy yesterday open the event and stress on the strategy of this collaboration and launch also the Foodverse. So what can this both sectors do to more effectively shape the future of the FMB workforce specifically? One, workshops. Okay, a lot of you have asked for more workshops. That's good to know. More of the answers are around basically training and upskilling. Workshops, educating the consumers, waste management practices, and training. So I see a lot of training coming up and workshop group. This is good to note. Yesterday I asked FNB, guys, what are you going to do with these answers? This is very important to see how the insiders of the industry look into it. So it's good to know that all of these answers are going into a very well-produced report that will give insights into both the manufacturers and consumers. Next up, let's see. So one, we all agree, most of you want more training and workshops. Let's see the next question. Which approach will have the most significant impact on developing national talent in the sector? Government-driven programs, partnerships between public and private, or industry-led training initiatives. We see a big appetite towards training initiatives, and we saw today Ishraq is only one wonderful example of how the national talent is being developed and upskilled on a continuous basis to reach up to 20% of the workforce in the FMB. Industry-led training, and of course continuation of the support between the public and private partnership. This again showcases how many of you stress on the idea of the public and private partnership, the collaboration, and the fruits that we're seeing between those two sectors. A lot of trainings and workshops being asked. We can concur and conclude that there's a big appetite for training and workshops for both sides. I don't know, do we have a last question or was that it? Last one? Last one. Last one, and I'll let you go. I know you're hungry. What is your biggest challenge in implementing sustainable production practices? I know what you're going to say. Cost. I know. You're going to put dollar sign and you're going to tell me it's cost. صح؟ أدري, I know. Insider أنا صرت. Okay, هيا like. Of course, the cost challenge, it's still there. It has not been mitigated, although I hear from a lot of manufacturers that the junction of technology is helping a lot in some aspects of this, but cost remains, cost remains the biggest challenge for manufacturers to apply sustainability and sustainable production practices. Thank you so much for taking part in the poll. If you, for the lunch break, you don't have to go out and do all the round. You can actually access from the door right here conveniently. We're going to be back at 2:30, okay, after lunch, for the final two panels. One of you had asked me about the topic of the labels, the clean label. This is going to be the in-depth topic of the next panel after lunch. Bon appétit, صحتين, enjoy your lunch. We'll be back at 2:30. ما في أم علي اليوم أشوف. أنا مستنية المنقوش بزعتر من أمس، بس بحكي بقول.
established itself as the region's trade gateway, and its multimodal logistics infrastructure has enabled the nation to offer market access to the broader trading community. The Abu Dhabi food hub, KEZAD, with its direct connectivity to this world-class multimodal network, is well positioned to facilitate global food trade flows. The robust infrastructure of seaports, airports, roads and railways links the UAE to over 3.5 billion consumers across the Middle East, Africa and the Indian subcontinent, allowing an unparalleled trade ecosystem. This enables food products to be transported swiftly and efficiently between trade zones and borders, reducing bottlenecks and building resilience within the overall supply chain. A combination of world-class infrastructure and transport networks and forward-thinking government policies positions the UAE at the heart of a rapidly expanding food industry.
In the footsteps of the past, we find our way, guided by a vision that leads us every day. And from our home, we rose and we flew across the oceans to places far and new. Touching thousands of lives, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Our story is pure, like the water you drink, and made even better with magnesium and zinc. Our story is sweet, like the snacks that you munch, for that boost of energy or a happy little crunch. Our story is fresh, like the food you love to eat, cooking in the kitchen or when your loved ones meet. Our story is for all, not just me and you, filled with nutrition for the furry ones too. Touching millions of lives, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Every day we strive to give you the best. Together we thrive and stand apart from the rest. At every step we learn and we scream, giving back to the planet so that it stays evergreen. With ambition as our compass, tradition as our guide, we march towards the future side by side. Touching the whole planet, our story flows with a promise for the better. Our legacy grows. Althea, 20 years of doing things for the better.
Almarai was founded in 1977. It is considered the world's largest vertically integrated dairy company. In 1996, the company replaced 7 small factories with 1 huge factory. In the following years, Almarai built several additional huge ones. In 1996, Almarai became the first ISO 9001 certified company in the Middle East. In 2005, the company switched to joint stock. It then expanded its activities by acquiring Western Bakeries Company in 2007, supporting its famous brand, Luzine, followed by acquiring Hadco for poultry in 2009 and the launch of its brand, Alyoum. Today, its market value has reached around $15 billion and has a brand value estimation of $3.3 billion. As the largest food manufacturers and distributors in the Middle East, Almarai has more than 669 different products across 11 brands and produces more than 2 billion kilograms of products annually, equivalent to the weight of nearly 11,000 large commercial airplanes. It established 6 large cattle farms with over 177,000 Holstein cows, which, when lined up, can connect the distance between London and Paris. It also produces over 1.5 billion liters of milk annually, equal to the cargo of nearly 30 Titanic ships. Almarai owns agricultural lands in Argentina and the United States to provide cows' fodder needs, in addition to a special facility that has been established at King Abdullah Port in Rabat to serve as an import and storage center. Almarai tours the world to pick the freshest fruits to offer the most delicious juices, producing over 500 million juice bottles annually. In the bakery sector, through its factories that are the size of 16 football fields and contain the world's longest oven, Almarai produces over 1.8 billion delicious servings of bread and pastries annually. And since we are highly interested in baby food, the International Pediatric Nutrition Company, IPNC, was established with a production capacity of 45 million bottles of infant formula annually. In the poultry sector, Almarai has 4 vast poultry farms, enabling it to produce over 250 million chickens annually, freshly delivered to you by Alyoum every day. All our products undergo over 39,000 quality tests daily to make sure that products are delivered with a quality you can trust. Almarai products depart from over 119 distribution centers through a fleet of more than 9,000 trucks crossing a distance that exceeds a trip from Earth to the Moon every day, reaching more than 220,000 points of sale located in 7 countries. We form a big connected family of more than 40,000 quality makers, proudly contributing to the delivery of food products to more than 42 million consumers. But our mission did not stop here. As part of Almarai's expansion plan and key contribution in ensuring food security in the kingdom, an additional investment of $1.8 billion in the poultry sector was announced in 2021, aiming to raise its production to 450 million chickens annually by 2026. In addition to preparations to enter the red meat sector with an initial investment of $66.5 million and an investment plan of $67 million in the fish and seafood sector. In 2021, Almarai also fully acquired Bakemart in the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain with an additional share value of $25.4 million, and the Modern Food Industries Company with an additional share value of $66.6 million to expand its products in the bakery sector. And in early 2023, Almarai also fully acquired the International Dairy and Juice Limited with an additional share value of $67.9 million. Almarai ensures that innovation is the soul of its team by having nearly 50 products in the process of development at any given time, of which many were released, such as natural honey, hummus, smoky mutabal, iced leaf iced tea, and one-bean iced coffee. Almarai received many global awards and rankings, such as a consistent presence on the Forbes list of Middle East top 100 companies, KSA's most influential brand, and KSA's most chosen FMCG brand for 10 years in a row. Almarai will continue to deliver the best products every day with a quality you can trust.
Life is now.
She doesn't wait.
Today is everything.
Today is the best day of my life.
Every day is the best day of my life.
Why?
Because I have dreams.
And I live them every day.
You don't pursue a dream, you live the dream.
Day in and day out.
This is life.
Work hard.
Love it. Love everything about it.
Work right.
Eat right.
When you eat right, you think right. And when you think right, you do right.
Do you read the labels?
Read the labels.
No preservatives, additives, processing.
No fake stuff.
Just real food.
Fresh.
Fresh.
Eat fresh.
Move.
Walk.
Run.
10 p.m.
5 a.m.
Make time.
You're not just you.
You are you.
But you're also me.
You're everybody.
Believe in the farmer.
Believe in the soil of our country.
The United Arab Emirates.
Let's unite.
For a better future.
Believe in tomorrow.
Believe in yourself.
Believe in your best self.
Serve.
Serve humanity.
We deserve it.
You deserve it.
Barakat. Live fresh.
We make trade flow, moving what the world needs to where it is needed. Imagine 160,000 tons of cashews produced, packed, and distributed from Senegal to the world. Or picture 1 in 4 of the world's snowbirds designed, developed, and transported from Dubai to the world. We're propelling trade towards a seamless supply chain, built for today and ready for tomorrow. Because when trade flows, new opportunities follow. DP World. Change what's possible.
The biggest challenge facing humanity, a global population that's on the rise. The world needs to anticipate today its food requirements for tomorrow. Enter Foodtech Valley, the next leap in the UAE's game-changing innovation, and the first of its kind global initiative to unite the complete food and agricultural ecosystem, where food intersects with innovation, knowledge, technology, and sustainability, where passionate minds converge to connect and collaborate, to reshape how food is produced and consumed, to disrupt agribusinesses worldwide. The seeds of change are sown. We're incubating new farming methods, making local, clean food more accessible, empowering farmers, academics, and entrepreneurs, combining cause with commerce, creating an international hub for agtech and foodtech. We're advancing food security and sustainability so that future generations are nourished better. Let's all work as one to help solve hunger everywhere, from cell to table. Foodtech Valley, reimagining the potential of food.
In every crunch and every bite, Hunter Foods offers more than just nourishment. It's an experience of delight and quality. For nearly 4 decades, our commitment has been unwavering to weave a tapestry of ethics and trust into every snack. Guided by our vision of inspiring better snacking, each product is a testament to our dedication to excellence. Our tale begins with Bharat Narayan, Safari Uncle, a visionary who infused his love for children, animals, and life into wholesome treats. Named by Mahatma Gandhi, Bharat was a beacon of integrity and commitment to values such as honesty, sincerity, and hard work, lighting our path to this day. With the rapid growth of Dubai, Sheikh Rashid bin Zayed Al Maktoum's vision took place, and Hunter Foods became the first operational food factory in the Jebel Ali Free Zone. It sprouted as a seed of innovation and care, shaping the city's taste and culture. As Ananya and Yan embraced the legacy, their deep-seated hospitality insights began to shape our snacks. They artfully blended culinary expertise with a keen understanding of consumer tastes, crafting a journey of love, experience, and refined flavor innovation. At our core is a promise: better for you. This extends beyond our conscientiously selected ingredients and loving preparation. We're dedicated to quality, freshness, and a zest for innovation. We cook all our gourmet products with 100% sunflower oil and are 100% vegetarian, 100% MSG-free, and 100% non-GMO. Our commitment to better food is matched by our dedication to a better planet, embracing sustainable practices in every step of our journey. Our journey has elevated our snacks from a local treasure to an international sensation. Spanning over 65 countries, from the bustling cities of Japan to the vibrant streets of Brazil, our flavors unite taste buds across continents. Our products are more than snacks. They're ambassadors of joy and well-being, gracing esteemed venues and diverse tables around the globe, celebrating the universal language of taste and quality.
Our mission is simple: create snacks that are better for you and for the world. As we expand across the globe, we invite you to join our story, our vision, and our passion.
We're not just making snacks, we're also crafting experiences, memories, and future. On our journey to build our legacy, we've just started.
This is only the beginning.
paving the way for a healthier tomorrow today, placing nutrition, health, and wellness on the global landscape, bringing the bounty of nature to millions of consumers across the globe. That's Nutridor. Creating a better life for people of every age, every culture, and every continent. As part of the renowned TGI Group, Nutridor is creating a food evolution with its 30 years heritage across the world. Dedicated to enhancing the quality of life, Nutridor offers a high-quality and nutritious range of products ranging from the flagship dairy brand Abevia to fruit-flavored drinks, yogurt, energy drinks, and more. With a mission to keep spreading its nutritious values, Nutridor opened its doors in Dubai, UAE, extending its reach across markets in the GCC and MENA region. In its hunt for a base in the Middle East, Nutridor chose UAE as the launchpad to the world. Few countries have seen the incredible progress UAE has achieved across many important milestones in technology, education, business, medical, and social arenas. In a span of a few decades, UAE has become the world's foremost investment hub, both regionally and internationally. Nutridor is proud to be a part of this successful and growing nation that is situated at the crossroads of 3 continents and continues to be the nexus of global trade. To meet the ever-growing need for nutritional products across the GCC and MENA regions, Nutridor has set up a state-of-the-art production facility with a capacity of 60,000 liters per day. A 2-story building spread over 100,000 square feet. The plant runs on world-class machinery and equipment from Europe that meet the stringent zero-waste norms of Dubai municipality. With a commitment to adhering to environmental standards, the entire plant will be solar-powered, with a clean energy capacity of 100,000 kilowatts per year.
Today, I want to emphasize the monumental impact Nutridor is making in dairy industry. To achieve this, the core strength of Nutridor lies with the employees, their talent, their expertise, and they are putting the breath of life inside the organization is what makes Nutridor unique. Without them, this path would not have been possible to reach where we want to go.
Nutridor's commitment continues to get stronger as the company has invested in new land to further expand its operations. Playing a key role in food evolution, Nutridor has and will always put priority on nutrition, health, and wellness by developing food and beverage products that improve the quality of living and help people live healthier lives. Nutridor, delighting family and inspiring life around the world.
Last year, we achieved an important milestone when we managed, in collaboration with our partners, to collect over 50 billion post-consumer carton packages for recycling from all over the world. At the same time, we have reduced greenhouse gas emissions in our operations by 39%, while 84% of all energy that we use comes from renewable sources. We have also invested nearly 30 million euros in the recycling value chain to accelerate collection and recycling of carton packages. We are on track to achieve net zero in our operations by 2030, in line with Saudi Vision 2030. Over the last few years, we have embarked on a mission to develop a recycling solution for our carton packages in Saudi Arabia, in line with the mission of Saudi Vision 2030 on waste management. Thanks to our joint investment and partnership with 2 leading Saudi recyclers, Obeikan Paper Industries, OPI, one of the largest paper recycling companies in the Middle East and North Africa, and Saudi Top Plastics STP, the largest plastics recycler in the region, we have secured a recycling solution for all components of carton packages, not only for Saudi Arabia, but including also neighboring countries.
What's the secret to making perfect rice? is Tilda Basmati. Tilda has been mastering the art of pure basmati for over 50 years. So you get delicious, fluffy rice to elevate your meals. This is rice perfected. This is Tilda Pure Basmati. Available in traditional basmati and ready-to-heat flavors.
Discover the future of tea
and chocolate.
We are going to be a legendary brand and the world's best seller.
All products are original and revolutionary.
This is the right time and place
for greatness.
Nature's Own Factory, for sure, has a great potential to become a market leader in the Middle East and a successful exporter outside the region.
We're full of passion, courage, and persistence to become an example, a pride, a brand that glorifies the country.
We welcome you to
Join us on this fascinating journey.
الحياة تحتاج إلى حب، والحب حب كل شيء تباه تحبه، تحب بيتك، تحب بلادك، تحب أهلك.
Yokogawa is having an impact in many ways, both in industry and everyday life. For example, we help to secure the supply of safe water, an essential lifeline for all. Through the provision of advanced solutions for the recycling and effective use of water resources, Yokogawa has contributed to the stable supply of water. The same is true for food and pharmaceuticals. In this era of digital transformation, also known as DX, Yokogawa is making a difference in many more ways, from the quality control of materials and increase of productivity to the building of supply chains. To promote health and well-being, we provide solutions for the research and development of new drugs and the production of high-quality pharmaceuticals. Amidst a growing global demand for energy, concern about climate change is driving an energy transition. In the era of DX, Yokogawa is working with its customers in the energy industry to create new value. For the production of different types of energy resources, we provide our customers the solutions they need to reduce their environmental impact and maximize efficiency. In new energy fields, we build stable energy supply systems that factor in predictions of supply and demand and support new business models. Through the operation of energy management systems, Yokogawa is helping to achieve a sustainable society. Modern society depends on a countless variety of materials. Industries that produce these materials are facing many challenges, including recycling and the production of new, environmentally friendly materials. We closely examine manufacturing processes and leverage the potential of DX in development and production to meet the unprecedented demand for materials with new functions and characteristics that will contribute to decarbonization and be easy to recycle. By engaging in co-creation with its customers, Yokogawa is able to come up with new solutions for the handling of materials. With the aim of achieving a circular society, we co-create cutting-edge biomass-based materials and provide the necessary manufacturing technologies. Yokogawa provides a great variety of solutions, such as the Oprex lineup. We ensure stable, long-term operations by constantly monitoring facilities over their entire life cycle. Having contributed to the evolution of automation, we are now making stepwise progress in the direction of smart manufacturing. Using AI, robotics, and other technologies, we are supporting a transition from automation to autonomy that will transform society as we know it. Through co-creation with our customers and partners, we will strive for the realization of a system of systems concept that will set society on a new path. Systems that power our infrastructure, companies, and homes will be directly connected and interact with each other to autonomously optimize society as a whole. Yokogawa will continue to build systems that link companies and industries all over the world and provide added value by serving as a node for the sharing of information. Utilizing our ability to measure and connect, we fulfill our responsibilities for the future of our planet. Yokogawa will continue in its endeavors to create a future where people and the earth can coexist in symbiotic harmony. Yokogawa, co-innovating tomorrow.
Over the years, Algarare Investment has grown from humble beginnings to become a booming multinational company, which is proud of its UAE roots that date back half a century. Since its inception, they have expanded and diversified their portfolio to include various key business units comprising food, resources, properties, construction, energy, and ventures covering printing and publishing. One of the notable things on credit of Algarare Investment is Algarare Construction's projects like installing the world's highest facade installation at the Burj Khalifa and the complete facade installation at the Dubai Opera. Along with foods and resources, Algarare Investment has a plethora of other interests and substantial projects. Excellence in quality is in our blood, and we take pride in providing our customers with food and resources. We provide commercial and consumer food goods to customers in all sectors, from retail to food services and B2B. We also supply resources to customers across the region and not just the UAE, being the key player in the commodities sector. Our services are divided into two divisions, food and resources. Working with customers in over 25 countries and 4 continents, we boast a diverse workforce of more than 900 employees, maintaining a family atmosphere while still instilling a safe work culture in our factories.
Please make your way. It's not on. It is on. Please make your way. It's not on. Is it on? I can't hear myself. Now I can. Kindly make your way back to the seats. We'll be starting in less than 2 minutes for our last 2 panels of the day. Please make your way 2 minutes before we start for the last 2 panels of the day. welcome back. This is, I know this is a bit tough mentally to focus after lunch or during lunch even, but bear with me because many of you have asked about insights when it comes to clean label. What is it exactly? Where is it going? What are the expected growth of clean label? Clean label has been one of the surprisingly growing guys, sorry, the video is running behind me and I can still hear it. Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me? Okay. Here are some of the expected growth when it comes to clean label and what consumers are looking for. Some of the latest numbers show that 73% of global consumers are willing to pay more for products with clean labels, prioritizing, I can't speak, I'm still in the lunch mode, transparency, sourcing, and manufacturing processes. In the UAE, here's the number you want to know, 68% of shoppers inside the UAE actively seek brands with clean label products that are free from artificial ingredients, preservatives, and additives. Also willing to pay more for clean label, especially if they are locally manufactured or produced products. The clean label market, this is a big one, is expected to grow to $64 billion by 2026. Okay, driven by all the consumer data that you have heard from before from our two of our experts. So let's delve into it a bit more. What does it mean for you as manufacturers and consumers? I'm going to invite the moderator of this panel. Please welcome Sonia Ashar, who's the founder of NutriCal, a very, quite a well-known brand around. Also welcome Sahil Majid, who's the technical manager of SGS Gulf. Ronald Holman is the event director, Free From Food, Dubai 2024 and Vienna 2025. Yuri Lebedev is the R&D director at Protein Business, Americana Food, also another household name. Mazen Kanan is the founder of House of Pops. And Zubair Ahmed is the director, marketing and international sales at Al Islami Foods. You will have about 40 minutes for this panel. If you want to leave the last 5 minutes of your time for Q&A with the audience, you're free to do so.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I know it's a difficult time after lunch, but stay with us. It's going to be a super interesting panel, right? So welcome. She actually stole my thunder by sharing some statistics, but I'll share another one though. So as per a recent Nielsen study, 64% of global consumers will switch from their usual brand if the other product provides more detailed information. And all of us are business people here. Market share and consumer loyalty is super important to all of us. So let's talk clean labels and transparency. My name is Sonia Ashar. I am the founder of NutriCal. The ethos of our brand has been transparency for a long time. We are all about enabling manufacturers with intelligence about their food items so that they can then share it with their consumers as well. So let's hear it from our experts today. Let me introduce my esteemed panelists, starting with Sahil, technical manager, SGS Gulf, 18 years of experience in food safety, the man who is auditing and certifying a lot of manufacturers, so an important person. Going to Yuri, R&D director at Americana Foods, focusing on sustainability, developing products while balancing innovation and clean label principles as well. Mazen, founder of House of Pops, a brand actually revolutionizing ice cream, frozen desserts, and popsicles, 100% natural, clean label ingredient, and also an eco-friendly brand.
Thank you.
Next is Zubair, Director of Marketing and International Sales at Al Islami Foods, integrating halal certification with clean label trends to ensure that your food is safe while being authentic as well. And finally, Ronald, Event Director for the Freeform Food Expo, organizing global events in Dubai, Vienna, Sao Paulo, and Bangkok. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to start with Mazen today, since we've all really eaten a lot of popsicles from his stand. Mazen, so from what I know about you, you started quite mainstream in the food industry. When you started House of Pops, it was quite a bold decision. Some would say that it was a niche brand. Is that true? What have you seen since being in the market? Do you think clean label products are growing? Is clean label now mainstream?
Thank you. So yeah, initially when we started, and you need to check the status of the company and the resources behind it. So initially, and until now, it's bootstrapped. So it did not make any sense for us to go and fight the big guys on the mainstream, just putting another ice cream. So we really needed to find a niche, a way to enter. But also, our bet is that this is big enough to make it a decent, profitable, and scalable business. So yes, it was not obvious, it was a bet. And another side also, if you think about it, now if you pass by our shops, and many of the people I met today are frequent consumers of House of Pops, we are selling a popsicle for 20 dirham, okay? Traditionally, the popsicles are the cheapest formats. You know, you get them at 2 dirhams, 3 dirhams. So it was also another bet that we are able to transform a format and a product from being traditionally cheap, like with terrible coloring, into something premium. So when we launched in 2018, Magnum and Häagen-Dazs, the premium ice cream brands, were sold at 8, 9 dirhams, and we launched at 20. Wow. And if you want to launch versus a market leader, a 30% premium is by itself a bold move. But without resources, enough resources to compete with them, we made a bet that no, we are able to create this. But then, why would people consume us? And this is where the other part of the equation, what value are we giving? We will not today talk about the branding part and the brand building part. This is one element. But let's talk about the product.
Yeah.
We really wanted to give a unique product that's not available. And it has two elements, natural and the clean label. On the natural part, this was a gap where while there was an overall health and wellness trend in the market, but when you go to the ice cream, it was full of high-fat, high-sugar product. So we said, okay, we want to make it natural, so this is great. But we said, you know what, we want to go the extra mile and make it clean label. And this is where I think is the real differentiation. Because even though a lot of brands claim they are natural, but we would love to take the challenge of taking the product that is natural and reading the ingredient list. You will be surprised how many brands claim they are natural, and they might be natural, but have 30 ingredients. I will read to you some ingredients that are on one of a premium ice cream in the market. Yeah. So you'll find ingredients like anhydrous milk fat, artificial ethyl vanillin, humectant, glycerine, stabilizers. This is a chocolate ice cream. In House of Pops, a chocolate ice cream has organic coconut milk, organic coconut cream, natural vegetable fibers, organic agave, and water.
Yeah.
All right? And Valrhona cocoa powder. So a 7-year-old kid would understand what he is eating. And this is the big bet that we have. And more you will see people turning the product and reading. And was that niche? Yes. Is now becoming more mainstream? Yes. We are selling more than 2 million popsicle a year. We have expanded beyond UAE. We had even a challenge, people telling us, you know what, you've done great in UAE, but try outside, you will fail. We recently shipped to Bahrain, and it's doing equally great there. So, in short, definitely this is the future, and people are going to become more and more keen to understand what they are eating and what they are consuming.
Yeah, that's very interesting that I can see for House of Pops, natural is something that's super important. But I think you're right. It is important for consumers to actually, and people are doing that, right? They're actually turning the packet and looking at how many ingredients are in this packaging. Is it truly natural? Very interesting. And very interesting point that you said that markets that you would think of typically indulgent are also culturally people who like to enjoy, let's say, indulgent food are also, reacting well to this clean brand and product. That's amazing. Speaking of indulgent, Yuri, I'm looking at you. Americana Foods, wide variety of products, legacy, brand, also many of them, again, that can be perceived as indulgent items too. As Director of R&D, how do you apply clean label principles to, this type of category? And how do you, at the same time, make sure that the taste is not compromised on?
Yeah, before I joined Americana, I worked for the 5 years in KSR channel in Asia, where the two brands from this channel, the main goal was to clean all the menu. So when you say all the menu was from the snacks, breakfast, even the desserts like ice cream. So it was a huge challenge because it's not only how to keep the sensory attributes, but to have other two pillars that's too important also for this type of product, that is shelf life and cost. Because when you're talking on KSR restaurants or busy like us for frozen food, the cost is really important. And here in the region, when you go for the gondolas, 60-70% of the products in the gondolas are based on promo. So this is a little bit very sensitive. But we started the journey and since now, in the past 5 years, since COVID, the clean label came a huge wave and without U-turn, let's say, came to stay with us. Because a lot of people start to look more healthy food, to indulge with no guilty, understanding, as you said, what is in the packaging. There is a lot of panic in numbers in the pack, simple ingredient list. And with this movement, a lot of ingredients company, well-known, start to create clusters on their companies only to develop and produce clean label ingredients.
Yeah.
But of course, in our business or in KSR business, we need to work very carefully and step by step, as you said, to not lose the sensory attributes, the shelf life, and not impact the cost. In this KSR channel that I was, when you start to finalize all the work to clean the ingredients, the COGS on the products increase between 15 to 20%.
Yeah.
And this is our consumers, our guests, you feel this on a daily basis. So our strategy now in Americana is to do this step by step. So let's start, for example, cleaning flavors is more easy. Colors is the second one, is a little bit more difficult because you need to understand the stabilization of the colors and the shelf life. And the third one, for me, is a little bit tricky, and the one that we had some delays on development in my previous work is regarding shelf life preservation, because we have some products that is very sensitive, and even here with our climates, with summer, so on. And of course, in parallel with all developments, we need to do a very intense consumer research, because in the end of the day, they are our bosses. So it's the consumers, the moms, the kids that will tell us that if the texture, the flavor, the color is still the same.
Makes sense. So, yeah, I think it is challenging for manufacturers to always get all of this balance right.
Yes, and also how to communicate, né? Because, for example, we are starting a new wave, cleaning our product, but it's impossible to do the entire portfolio, the entire menu at once.
Yeah.
So I can clean, for example, one nuggets, but my burger is still on work. So how I can communicate for my consumers that the nuggets is clean without damaging my other product that is not yet ready. So this is other challenge, is how to communicate and how to influence our consumers in the perception of clean and non-clean.
It's all relative also, though, step by step. Like, we need to be in a better place today than we were last year or the year before that. So, makes sense, makes sense. Shifting gears a little bit, Sahil, I'm going to come to you since we were talking a little bit about challenges also that manufacturers face. And if you can, educate all of us in, how is it that manufacturers can achieve the gluten-free or no added sugar or no preservatives sort of, clean label status for themselves. And also if you can highlight a little on how SGS is helping in making this happen.
See, the clean label trend is obviously the one which is continuously reshaping the food ecosystem right now across the globe. Everyone is talking about it, and I recently heard the statistics, and the statistics was about the business perspective. There is another statistic to it, that 75% of the consumers who took the survey, they believe that they had concerns regarding the ingredients that is placed in the label. For example, the label has harmful ingredients and the label has unfamiliar ingredients. So it's basically about the red flags that the consumers are looking for. And definitely due to this awareness and consciousness that has come up, there is a lot of improvement in the business for clean labeled products. From the value I heard, it is astonishing. I think it's 64 billion. And I have read somewhere else as well that it is expected to reach 300 billion by around 2080, 2028, etc. So when there is a large business, when there is a lot of opportunities, it also poses significant challenges as well.
Yeah.
And these challenges are not, right now we are entering a new phase where we are discovering challenges one by one and we are addressing them. Some of the challenges are basically like starting from ingredient sourcing, then regulatory requirements and complexities to the regulatory landscape, supply chain complexities, customer trust, and of course, not to forget cost. So I'll start with the ingredient sourcing first. For the ingredients, now we have heard from Yuri that you have to replace so many ingredients. First of all, you have to understand that when you replace the artificial ingredients, which has been used for like 50 years or 60 years, over a period of time of R&D has taken place. So that natural ingredient has to perform functionally exactly what the artificial ingredient does. Suppose you remove preservatives, the product has to be shelf stable. It has to function and it has to last that much. So it has an impact on the consumer as well as the market. You don't want a product which is replaced with natural ingredient ending up from the shelf as damaged before the shelf life expires. That's going to cost you cost. And again, products like who's having no added sugar. You need to have to understand that how it will affect the taste and texture of your product. Like you can simply replace sugar, but you need to have an alternative to understand how the market dynamics will work for the product. Here, companies like, I think House of Pops, I have heard from him, and Yuri, that they have invested a lot of research and development phase to reach to a point where we can see alternative to the artificial ingredients. And this takes a lot of time and effort. And obviously, from the market point of view, how the consumers react to it, that data also has to come up and seen. And this comes to the next problem of supply chain complexity. Now, supply chain, here in UAE, we are a country who is largely based on imports. We import almost many ingredients that is used here. We are moving towards the food security vision slowly, but now currently we are still a country which is relying largely on the imports. So when you import raw material, that means it passes hand in hand with many suppliers. So somebody is a farmer, then you move to the consolidator, then you move to the manufacturer, then you move to the packer. So all in this hand, it has impact to the clean label, moving strategy towards the clean label. Why? Because, for example, let's take the case of gluten-free. And you state that it is gluten-free, but you are now stating only on the basis of production that is happening in your factory. What about your predecessor? How the impact of that supply chain is affected? What about his supplier? He might be using other products which has gluten. So this is a very complex situation where you need to ensure that traceability is a key for ensuring the complete end-to-end transparency towards the gluten-free aspect here. Not only gluten-free, many other allergens or whatever you are stating, even organic and even halal, even many other aspects of it. Now, when it comes to regulatory aspects, we have in UAE is one of the strictest regulation for food safety and even for label claims as well. For example, if you take the no added sugar, we will have rigorous testing and rigorous protocols to be followed to add no added sugar in it. The problem that arises is when manufacturer doesn't understand what is no added sugar. No added sugar doesn't simply mean that you have not put table sugar. It means that you have not incorporated anything to make it sweeter. Okay, so it can include various other juices, I have recently read a label where it's written no added sugar, but it has an enzyme, it's a mango juice actually, which can cause enzymatic reaction to create sugar in it, which is actually, after the production, it is again making it sweet. Okay, so these challenges exist. Of course, now for the cost aspect, now I think since this data and since this trend is moving very fast, now I think the cost has to come down, because right now not many people are using natural ingredients as much as it should be. But when you have less demand and some quantities being used, the price is high. I hope everyone in this uses the natural ingredients more so that the price really comes down and we will be able to enjoy natural ingredients at the same price of the artificial ingredients. Even one more aspect to it is the credibility of the label itself. Now, when you state that you have clean label and you have no preservatives, no added sugar or gluten-free, whenever it is, the consumer has to connect with it. You have to show some validation to it. You have to promote the brand in such a way that the consumers understand what you're trying to communicate. If this doesn't happen, then you will be stating the word, like no preservatives, no additives. You simply go astray. You will have to find platforms for communication, certifications, verifications, and testings, which can stand out, which can make your product stand out from the rest of the product. Now, we are a company, we are 146 years old. I think more than that, but I have been telling 146. And we've been doing testing, verification, and label verification, inspections, etc. for a very long time. One of our key activity is also label verification, in which we have come across a number of labels and number of claims. And what we do is that we try to help them validate the claims. Because we have a very state-of-the-art multi-lab, which is located in Jebel Ali, and it is capable of doing almost all kind of tests that is demanded by the clean label strategy. For example, no added sugar, glutens, allergens, etc. So we are backed up with this technical aspect, and along with our technology for the label evaluation, which is also online and AI-based as well, we are able to help the client understand the mechanism so that they are not risking the product to a recall. Once you have stated that you have no preservatives and the regulators find out there is a preservative in it, you're going to recall the product. And that is a cost. And this is going to have legal liabilities. And that is a cost as well. So all I have to say is that moving towards the vision of food security, clean label is a very good thought. And towards the future, when we look at our young generations growing up, this is also a need of the hour to say that we have to keep away ingredients that can harm the future generation, that can have an impact to their health, that can contribute to the residual like carcinogenic issues or issues related to the future generation having deformities. So this is a very good move which I strongly support, and I wanted to say that more data needs to be populated, more surveys need to be conducted, so that we can bring up demands to the manufacturers, so the manufacturers start thinking about it. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing? I think the point on the no added sugar is the most abused in this section, and it's 100% spot on when you say, sometimes you read the ingredients and let's say it's a mango popsicle and you say, okay, mango, and then you read apple juice, apple juice, and then you read or grape juice, and you think like, but you eat it, you don't have any apple taste. And this is how they would use
Sugar
this, they would stripe the apple juice from all the nutrients, just keeping the fructose and adding it, but different labeling. So then we are very keen on this in House of Pops. We don't say we don't have added sugar. We say we don't use refined sugar because agave is a form of sugar. So yeah, this is, but I think with time, with awareness, people will pick this up, and regulatory should also support those kind of things.
I think it is called out that no fruit concentrates or juices are, when you have any of these ingredients, you cannot claim no added sugar. But I think this education, not only for the consumer, but for the manufacturer, the people who are creating the products,
yes, true.
Because I feel like consumers these days know and cannot be fooled anymore. But like on the manufacturing end, this is something that comes up a lot. But really, really good points. I even really liked your point about, all manufacturers should move towards cleaner ingredients or raw material in their items so that we achieve economies of scale, and then the price is something that's more suitable for all of us to enjoy cleaner and healthier products. Zubair, coming to you. I'm going to go back to the basics over here. What is clean label movement? In your view, what does it mean for manufacturers and consumers? And you and I were having a very interesting chat before the panel where you said something, just in conversation, very interesting of how we need to understand where clean food eating actually started. And I want you to, enlighten the audience about that as well.
Yep. Assalamu alaikum, distinguished guests, and thank you, Sonia, for the opportunity. So I would like to say that the clean, actually what Sahil mentioned is, he covered most of it, but I'll try to give an examples as well. So it represents a trend in the food industry where consumer prefer products with three basically areas. One is natural ingredients they want on the clean label movement. Second part is they prefer the products with a minimum processing. And the third part is free of any additives, artificial flavors, and whatever unnecessary fillers are there. So this is basically what consumer, in a very general manner, consumer prefers from the clean label movement and what they defined it. On the manufacturer's part, what they need to do. So number one is their ingredient sourcing. So that sourcing needs to be more transparent. And then the second part is the processing methods. They need to improve their processing methods as well. So the companies, what they need to do is maybe they need to revise the recipes to go for natural ingredients. Within the natural, maybe more premium ingredients, which are more healthier. So basically, it leads to a demand of a more quality product, which is a very natural demand. And it is coming, and it's probably, we all feel that it will increase with the passage of time because there are multiple sources for it. So for example, the education levels of everyone is going up in the world, developed part, underdeveloped part. The education levels are going up. People are more educated and they feel that what they need to eat, they have a right to know about it. Another area of that need is the people who are conscious about quality, they go for researches. They read about it, and then they came to know, and then they take the informative decisions. We are in Middle East, which is mostly the Muslim population. So another area is in Quran. So in the Holy Quran, in the chapter 2 Al-Baqarah, Allah Ta'ala, the God says that to the people that eat food which is halal and tayyib. This is mentioned in Quran. Halal, we know halal means is permissible food. And tayyib means something which is pure, which is clean, which is natural. So again, it leads to, from that religious perspective also, not from only scientific and worldly education, it leads to that demand. Now, if I give you, so basically a consumer, a more quality product, where consumer wants natural premium ingredients, and which means rejection of products which are not natural, having not natural ingredients. A very good example which is coming to my mind, I was here before last year, and probably we all know that during the COVID and the post-COVID era, there was a very good hype of plant-based products.
Yeah.
Everyone, I saw the researches of all the big companies which are saying that, go for the plant-based product. From the more developed countries like US and Europe, it's going like anything. And people tried it over here also. In fact, we at Al-Islami, we also tried to come up with the first plant-based burger, which is UAE manufactured. So everyone was going for that. People were thinking it's more healthier because we are getting healthy plant-based product, and it gives me the taste of meat or maybe a seafood, fish meat or whatever. It comes up, but then what happened? Hype was so much, but the sales in actual what happened in the market, the sales were not up to the mark, significantly low. Yeah? One of the reasons was that when the people look at the ingredients and they read it, there were so many fillers in the plant-based products. I think we were discussing outside, Sonia, and you saying that you are vegetarian, and there are so many vegetarian people who go for plant-based, but then when they're exposed to the logos, to the ingredients on the product panels, they feel strange, and they feel that this is something which is not very natural.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is what is happening for both manufacturers and consumers. Now, moving forward, when consumers will want natural products, So manufacturers and the companies needs to do that. To do that, they revise recipes. When they revise the recipes, then the cost of the raw material slightly increases. Not only the raw material cost, but the manufacturing cost also increases. So this is one part. It increases, the quality of the product becomes better, and it satisfies the physical and mental benefits to the consumer as well as to the external environment. But at the same time, then what happens is that when the cost increases, the cost of the average spent by the consumer also increases. Okay? So we need to have a balance. It links again overall this clean label movement. It becomes very important as far as the company's strategy is concerned. Strategy is a set of choices that determine where the organization will go and the action that they will do.
Yeah.
So we need to create a balance. We know that there are quality conscious people, and at the same time there are price conscious people. The industry where I'm working at the moment, it's a frozen food industry, around 70%, and I think somebody mentioned ice creams. I think, Madan, you mentioned, yeah. So ice creams is also, when we go into the market, around 70 to 80% is on promotions. So people intention is there to go for a clean, natural product. But then when the action is concerned, when they go in the market, there are more price conscious people. So it's always a challenge. The companies can have a two-brand strategy, where they have a premium brand and where they have a second brand which is catering to this bigger volume and the bigger segment, the cash cows. We at Al-Islami have Al-Islami is a flagship brand, more premium. So we try to, it's a part of our strategy to go for a clean label movement. And then the kind of claims we do on the pack. So we are focusing on a USP. So this is our benefit and this is what consumer wants. This is the USP of Al-Islami.
Got it.
Then there is a competition, and competition is also serving to some of the consumer need. That's competition USP. Whatever is common between my brand and the consumer brand, that's a non-USP or a common one. So this is something which is not relevant. And whatever in between is a waste. So instead of mentioning, for example, somebody was asking about the juices, instead of mentioning over there no artificial flavor. Now, if the market has all the juices where the artificial flavor is not there, or in a dairy, it's a milk, somebody says that we are producing milk, it's a non-reconstituted milk. So over here, the milk is, it's not reconstituted mostly. So this is something which is not kind of a unique selling benefit. It's better to avoid all these common claims on the packaging and mention something which is really beneficial to you.
Yeah.
By you, I mean the brand. Okay? So for example, in Al-Islami, if we recently came up and we upgraded, we were having natural ingredients, but then recently we upgraded our oil. So industry is using cheaper oils, palmoline and all, which have trans fats and not very healthy. So Al-Islami, wherever the law, whichever product the law allows, we move to olive oil,
yeah.
Which is, to us, it's a religion fit, and then it's a health fit as well. It's one of the healthiest oils. So this is something which only we are doing.
Yeah.
We can mention it and use the space over there instead of going for irrational claims.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
coming back to ingredients, repeatedly through everyone, and again the cost factor as well, but ingredients primarily quite a bit. Ronald, coming to you to cap it off, I think quite well. You've been, in this space for a long time. You have a global perspective on this. What do you think are the most urgent steps that need to be addressed when it comes to the clean label movement? Do you see gaps in regulation? What do you think the trends are? What can you share with us?
Yes, thank you very much for joining the panel. My previous speakers, already a lot has been said now, from the manufacturer's point of view, from the certification point of view. Well, Yeah, I'm the organizer of the Free From Food exhibitions. Free From is purely clean label. It is about clean label. Our exhibitors are producing natural products, gluten-free, lactose-free, and products which are organic or plant-based vegan. So our customer base has developed a business model to be successful, with, of course, a specific price, because a clean label has a price, and that's what you said. I mean, it's not easy. It's not in all parts of the world. It's not easy to to produce clean products. I mean, it's a strategy of the company. It's a price strategy. It has to do with marketing. It has to do with which regions you're active in the world. It has to do with what is your market target when you produce products or when you import products from countries which are totally not focusing on clean label, and you can sell these products to people who work here on the roads or in the construction, who has maybe who has a lower budget, then they consume products which are quite unhealthy, ultra processed. They have a lower budget, and that's the majority of our public, of the human beings. So yeah, I mean, it is also the responsibility of government to create a safe and affordable food policy.
Yeah.
And the retail, of course, which is responsible as well. Retail with a private label. They can make decisions what kind of products they buy or they don't buy to meet consumer demand. And when the consumer demands more clean products, yeah, I mean, then we're heading to a better, healthier world and meeting dire demands. Because we all know that when the product is not clean, there's too much sugar. I mean, it leads to diabetes, it leads to high blood pressure, it leads to higher medical costs for society, and when the majority of the world, I mean, especially in Europe or the US, we have a democratic development that people get older. They're looking for better and healthier products, anti-aging, women health. So that all has an effect on what we see on the shelves. In some parts of the world, I mean, banks, investors in the food industry are more and more requiring clean label. I mean, transparency, but also sustainability, transparency on where are the goods come from, transparency on start with the farmer, how healthy was the cow when he is, living at the short time of period, but when he is living on the farmer. And that's important also to take into consideration when you talk about clean label. It's from farm to fork. It's from the farmer till the retailer. Every segment in the food chain has its responsibility. Whether you're building a business model on it, whether you're looking for price, or when you're looking for a consumer base, it all depends on how is your policy on clean label. So I think each of us has his own interest. We are building exhibitions on Free From because we know that the market of exhibitors and suppliers would like to meet up buyers from retail, food service, and here next door we have the Free From Food Dubai for the second edition. Yeah, we have buyers from Emirates, from Lulu, and from Chop Trams who are looking for healthier products because they know that the shelves are getting bigger, and that's, I think, in all parts of the world we see this development. So we're heading in a good direction.
I think that's a beautiful way to cap it off, and 100% agree with you, Ronald. I think this is the top-down approach needs to happen. The consumer is already becoming quite mindful in this part of the world where obesity is an issue. NCDs, like other types of diseases, are an issue. Super important, and yes, it's a collective responsibility for all segments within the food industry. I have the timer completely red on us right now,
But one thing I would like to add, not only the investors look at sustainability and clean label, but also government's responsibility. One of the gentlemen gave me an example here when I told him that I'm one of the panelists on clean label. He said, well, yes, look here at the UAE. There was the sugar tax. The sugar tax was, the lobby of the manufacturers is strong here. It was delayed because maybe Pepsi Cola said, well, I mean, the sugar tax, no way. Yeah, it is an influence. We have to take care of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Ronald, and thank you, everyone, for the amazing insights today. Let's work towards reducing the price of ingredients so that we can all enjoy natural and clean products. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much also for keeping track of time. Please do take your group photo as I introduce our upcoming and final panel of the day. You've made it. You're mentally still there. 70%? I know, you're tired. The last topic we're going to, whoops, help the photographer. You're okay? Alrighty. The last panel is going to dive into the franchise segment, its growth. It's also one of the possibly most underrated segment of FMBs. And I'm going to give you also some insights because I really enjoyed picking some of the recent numbers. Here's what it said. The UAE franchise market is currently valued at about $30 billion with an expected growth rate of 27% annually. And over 80% of new food outlets here in the UAE operate under franchise models, making franchising quite a dominant mode of business expansion. Now, if we look at the global franchise market to compare, it is set to exceed 4.94 trillion by 2025. This is quite massive considering the Middle East and North Africa region playing a key role in this growth of the franchise market globally. I'm going to leave the rest to analyze to the experts and tell you what this potentially could mean to your own outlets if you're thinking about franchise, or maybe if you haven't done so already, what can and should you not do. In order to introduce the topic, I'm going to invite our lovely moderator who's an expert in this as well. Please welcome Thuraya Talib, who's the founder and managing director of Restaurateurs, who will be discussing this topic with her expert guests, starting with Simon Ritchie, who's the head of comms at Yoke Brands, Nasser Al-Mus'abi, who's the CEO, Low Calories Restaurant. Congratulations, Simon just opened a branch today in Cairo. You're going to talk about that, right? Congrats. Okay, Mohammed Yunus is the general manager at Hattuta Masriya, and Chef Mohammed Al-Banna from Al-Banoush Restaurant. Welcome. The timer is going to... You started the timer already? Haram, they haven't started. Pause the timer. And I'll give you 20 seconds, and you can leave the last 5 minutes for Q&A if you like from the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting for us. I know the last panel is usually the most boring one or the most hectic. We're going to try not to make it boring, I promise you. So thank you, my guests, my beautiful guests. Some of you are already friends of mine. Some of you already worked with before. Some of you already hosted panels with. So I'm going to just take it easy and start with the discussion. When did you realize you are ready to franchise your brand? Was it part of the inception, or did you, after you finished starting that brand, you decided, okay, I'm ready for a franchise? I'm going to start with you, Mr. Nasser.
First of all, good evening for everyone. Okay, we will try our best, to speak in English. Okay, even it's not our first language. Okay, so if there is any mistake, okay, just help me here. Okay. So first of all, it depends how you start your business. For example, for me, I start just to make a living. I never thought that I will be with a 57 outlet in 7 countries. Okay.
Mashallah.
So I thought just to open a small restaurant, okay, and make my own living for me and my family. Then you realize that the people, they want franchise on the demand. Okay, people asking.
I like this new term, franchise on demand.
Yes, franchise demanding. Okay, the product it succeed. Okay, So everything's went well, okay? So the second step, that really I don't know anything about the franchise, zero, okay?
So how did you do that?
Consulting companies, a lot of companies to help me. I paid a lot of money, okay? So it's necessary, like to start your process in a very perfect way, okay? Because if I do it myself, I know like I'm gonna like to be in a big problem in the future, okay? So I started like to ask the consultation companies, okay, to help me with this.
Experts in franchising, you mean?
Yes, exactly, okay. And I start to learn step by step. Today, like, let's say I don't need most of them, okay. Let's say
You already have your manuals, you already have your structure.
I know how to play the game now,
yes.
Okay. So good, the people, they still asking from like a different country, okay. And here we are. I'm in 7 countries. I never thought about this dream, okay? But I'm living the dream now.
MashaAllah, which is a great thing because the focus here is that a homegrown brand being born and started in the UAE is going to multiple countries. That's a success story on its own. It's a similar success story for your brand, Pickle, which literally now, at this moment, they're opening a branch in Cairo, in Egypt, other than the different countries. So Simon, tell us about your experience. When you started Pickle as a concept, you have different brands, but let's focus on Pickle at the moment because it's like the star of the day. Did you start it with the objective of franchising, or did you just go franchise on demand as Mr. Nasser?
Well, first of all, can I just say that I'm from Scotland, so English is my first language, and yet
we can't understand it.
Mr. Nasser still has much better English than I do, so he's a very humble man, very humble man. Thank you. No, yes, honestly, with Pickle, you know, when we launched it, the original aim, I don't think anyone launches a brand hoping it's going to go global. Oh, well, you hope that, but you never really think and plan. So at first, we just wanted to be a success in GLT and our local area. But after we realized what we had and that it could be something bigger, honestly, from year one, we started to look at how can we build the brand from now on so that it has the potential to franchise.
So it taught you to create a brand from scratch that is ready for franchising.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's a great insight. That's a great insight.
From year one, we've always been thinking of everything we do with the restaurants we build, with the products we release. We've been thinking, can this scale? Can this go to another country? You know, if we use this material to build a restaurant, that won't be available in 90% of the world. That will make it awkward for our franchisees. So how can we keep it simple? How can we make this concept solid enough and strong enough that it will replicate all around the world and be easy for our franchisors to do that? So it's definitely been something that we've been thinking about from almost day one. And along with that, as Mr. Nasser said, you know, you don't. When you start a company like this, most people don't have experience of doing this, of franchising, of taking a brand around the world. Very few people have done that.
No one was born an expert in anything. We all learn on the go.
Exactly. Yeah. So you know you have to either use consultants, absolutely, or build that really fantastic team around you, which is definitely the way that we try to do it. We took people that had experience of running franchise brands like Five Guys, Shake Shack here in the UAE. People who had taken other brands around the world and used their experience and kind of help to help us achieve that. But yes, it was definitely something that we planned quite early on, and it always played a part in our decision making, which I think now, 4 years down the line, has paid off. As you mentioned, we're opening a store in Cairo today.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much. Yes, we already opened.
I tried already your branch in North Coast, yeah.
Yes, it was already. We opened up in the North Coast, a few pop-ups in Egypt over the summer, which
but tried. It was very expensive. It was very expensive.
It wasn't expensive.
Yeah.
Oh, it's quality. It's worth it.
Yes.
So no, we know now it's paid off. We're in four countries for Pickle already over the past year. Lots more in the pipeline. So I do think that if you're starting a brand, you might consider arrogant or at least optimistic to think that you're going to take it around the world. But why not think like that? Why not be optimistic? Why not plan for success?
Actually, one of the questions in today's discussion is going to be talking about that scalability, which is going to be the discussion with Yunus, but that's going to be the last part for you for this question. So, Chef Muhammad, what about you? Like when you started your concepts or when you started on your projects, because now we're talking from an actual chef, not from a marketeer, not from an owner of a business, from an actual chef. When you start on your concept, did you think, okay, I'm going to go with this franchising from day zero, or did you decide like franchise on demand? I'm going to use your word, Mr. Nasser. I will add it to my dictionary. So how did it go?
First of all, thank you for
Can you get the mic
here.
closer to you, please?
First of all, thanks for all the guests here and for that invitation. The important things in our work, like as a chef, we need to think before we start. We start the project. We will do it as a restaurant or we do it as a franchise. You know, you have to be like you have to change all the plan. You have to change the base. You have to start with a central kitchen. You have to make a sections. All the layout gonna be changed as our work, because all will be depend in what you want to do. If you want to do the franchise, after you start your restaurant, you're gonna spend a lot of time and you're gonna spend.
You will have to hire consultants to redo the whole system
you have to pay a lot of consultation because you're gonna change all the layout. You're gonna change the people, the administration, everything gonna be changed in the kitchen. But that's the very important things you have to decide, and you have to do the plan. The many people they do a restaurant, then they think to do a franchise without any backup, like a central kitchen, or they do a third party, like they work with some catering place. They do for them the mise en place, and at the end, after 3 months, they don't do the same exactly recipe what
They
they
can't
talk
match the
about.
quality.
And in the end, the product gonna be changed, the taste gonna be changed, the quality gonna be changed, and they're gonna lose the name. The important things also in our challenge when we work and when we do the restaurant or we do the franchising, the main operation, like when for the purchasing in one place, we get everything from the market to the store in one place, and from one place to send it to the all restaurants.
So the supply chain and the logistics will
course,
play
yes,
a role.
yes,
will play
yes.
a very good role. طيب, Muhammad Yunus, you did not franchise Hattuta. You're in charge of Hattuta, which is a beautiful concept in Dubai. I personally loved it. It's an Egyptian place. You didn't franchise. My question to you: why didn't you franchise? This is kind of like we're doing like the plus and minus, negative and positive.
First of all, I would like to thank you, and special thank for Mr. Saleh Lota for this great event. Really appreciate the organizer also effort. Hadouta Masriya, regarding Hadouta Masriya, it's an Egyptian restaurant, but not sell food only. We didn't sell the food. We sell the full experience, full Egyptian experience with culture, our ambience, our music, our colors, everything. So it's difficult to franchise. We can franchise food, but we cannot franchise the experience. It's very difficult to find the good, proper staff in Egypt or in Saudi Arabia or any another country to take our aim and our values and our vision as we started in Dubai. We started before 13 years now in Dubai.
Mashallah.
But we tried to open another branches in Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, and then we will go out of the country. We started already to do the central kitchen, to centralize the food, centralize the process, centralize the recipe. You know, our menu also is very huge. We have more than 200 items in the menu from all the area from Egypt. Egypt is very high, very big. We have in Egypt, I think, more than 24 muhafaza, more 24 city.
Provinces.
Yeah, so we need, we have many items from each area. You know, you can eat the koshari in Alexandria, it's different in Cairo.
Yeah.
You can, same
normal in a
item,
huge
but
country.
different, yeah. But we try in Hadouta Masriya to serve everything as in Egypt as your mom food. Not like the commercial food, but to scale this huge menu, to scale this huge experience to another country, it's not easy, very difficult, but we can scale in same level here in UAE.
As long as you can control the quality. I mean.
Yeah. We have more than 100 requests from Saudi Arabia, from Canada, from America to open Hadouta Masriya. You know, this is the reason. Because from first day we didn't decide to take the brand to another country. If we decided from first day, it will be in another level now.
It would have been a different concept, yeah.
And also the Oriental restaurant rely to chef test. This is very important. Rely to chef test. as Muhammad say, he has to centralize everything to make SOPs, to make business operating system, KPI. It's not easy to make all the process for Egyptian restaurant has more 200 items to take in another country or copy paste in another country. Yeah,
it actually plays a role. It depends on the concept.
Yeah.
For example, pickle is a burger. It's
Fast
easier to
casual
manufacture
and,
somewhere else.
fast
A
casual
salad
and
from
fast
low
food.
calories is easier to mimic and manufacture depending on the ingredients. So
Yeah, but I went to Nasser Central Kitchen. He has many secrets, Nasser, and the case study. Nasser has many case study to franchise in 7 countries. Not easy
Mashallah.
also, yeah.
لا, definitely worth a visit. Definitely will visit Mr. Nasser on a separate event. يعني.
You heard the secret word? He said it's secret.
أنا راح أجي. I'll try. I'll do my best. طيب, my next question is actually building up on what Yunus mentioned regarding the challenges and the risk factors of franchising, which for a concept like Hatuta Masriya, it's very hard to control because we're building up a concept with an experience rather than just selling a meal that can be replicated easier. So I want to start, let's say, with you, Simon. What are the risks and benefits of franchising to different countries since you already are working on this? Like, you went from the GCC up to a new different region, which is basically Egypt. It's a whole different dynamic, market dynamic. So how, plus from a marketing perspective, because you're a marketing expert, so how did it work from the risk and benefit factor?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think there's so much risk involved. Every single country that you go into is very different. They're all unique. They all have their challenges. They all have their opportunities, of course, which is why we do it. But they all have very unique challenges that you need to make sure you're 100% aware of, which is why by far the biggest and most important part of franchising and the riskiest part of franchising is choosing the right franchise partner. It's just absolutely, it cannot
Very
be,
interesting.
It cannot be underestimated. It's, you know, this is someone that you're going to work with so closely. You're entrusting them with your brand, something that you've spent...
With your baby, actually.
100%. You know, you've spent years of your blood, sweat and tears building this up, working night and day, 7 days a week, something you're so proud of, something you've seen become a huge success here in the UAE. And then when you take that risk of taking it to another country and handing that over to someone else to be in charge of, listen, obviously you're still involved. You know, we still play a part. For me, as you said, I run the marketing and communications. So anything that any of the franchise partners that we have do has to get approved by me first. But then there's cultural differences. You know, even if you take pickle as an example, you know, our main colour here in the UAE is pink. Pink's not necessarily a colour that can be used in every other country. It's not as quite has the same connotations in different countries. So we've had to adapt that. In different markets, and use it kind of more sparingly. In terms of the product, you know, you need to. Over here in the UAE, we are so proud of our product, and we believe that every single store you go into, you're going to be served the same quality of burger, and you're going to get the same amazing experience. You go to a different country, Egypt, as a specific example, they have very strict import regulations and restrictions and rules. So again, you might have to adapt your recipe, which again, is something we would never do here. But if you want to work with a franchise partner and open up a new market, it's something that you need to work at. Again, it's a big risk. You know, you try as best you can to find the right suppliers and work with local suppliers and make sure you get the right product. And again, you trust your franchise partner while also making sure you approve everything. Again, so much risk at play. It's so difficult. It's so 1,000,001 things to think of. It's essentially like restarting your brand all over again in a new country. It's not as simple as just moving it in. So there's just 1,000,000 things to think about. But again, for one, the main one for me, the biggest risk and the biggest part of getting right, as I said, is choosing the right franchise partner. As Mr. Yunus was saying there, you know, we get hundreds of applications from people wanting to be a franchise partner.
Definitely.
Literally every single day we have people emailing or phoning wanting to take pickle to a different country. If we just said yes to all of them, we could have pickle in every country in the world by now.
Yeah.
But the quality would be dreadful or the partner wouldn't be good. You know, you have to really vet them and make sure they're of the highest quality standard, which is why it's taken us a few years to get to that level. But we're very happy with the partners we have. I know a chef here in the UAE, who I won't name, but one of the best chefs in the UAE told me a story of a man coming into his restaurant, asking to see him. He came out of the kitchen, and the man basically said, "Come with me." Took him outside to a very fancy car, like a Ferrari or a Rolls Royce. Opened the boot, and it was full of cash. And he was like, "This is for you." and then we franchise your restaurant. And the guy was like, no, I don't think so. So you get these crazy offers, you get people that are desperate to do it, but if you accept those offers, you're probably going to be stuck with a terrible partner. So you have to be smart, you have to do the right research.
So the selection criteria of your partners plays a huge
Honestly,
role.
it's by far the biggest part of any franchise thing. You need to vet them. For us, we wanted people with experience and maybe QSR.
The know-how of the local market,
that's
the
that's
language.
the biggest thing, the local market, absolutely. There's 101 things to think about before you choose that partner. It's like getting into a marriage, so you have to be very careful and very specific about it.
Exactly. What about you, Chef Muhammad? What are the risks and factors of franchising a brand? The risk factors and the benefits of franchising a brand. When we were talking about franchising, شو هي المخاطر لما بدنا نطلع مثلا Mr. Simon said partner, choosing the right partner is one of the most important things to eliminate risks or to minimize risks. What are from your end, what do you think are the risks and factors and how can you minimize them?
in our case, like a local Emirati cuisine, the similar things of the Egyptian cuisine, because we have a lot of recipe and a lot of
so the supply chain as well.
For example, we have one kind of seafood, they call it malih. We have a 7 type how to cook it. And every single city in the UAE, they cook it in the different way. And every home, they make it different home way style. But that's the very important things. To make the same taste for everyone, they will like it. And to give it for the, not the GCC region, we talk about the international, to try the best one. Even our people, they will say, no, that's a different way, you have to do it in this way.
So the adaptation sometimes is a little bit hard, hitting the right adaptation.
Very important things. And also the material, how to find the local ingredients to send it. We are not same like Italian food or like something have a base. We have a recipe, we cannot change it. Like, khalas, nobody can change it from 200 years.
Yes.
Like a dough from 100 years or like some lasagna, you cannot change it, But here we have to do a base, then everyone, they will accept it. We do that now in our restaurant, like in Al Banoush, we do the base for the Emirati seafood traditional style, and we try to build that recipe, to test it in the UAE, then we can move it step by step to the GCC, because we are the same cultures, the same rice, the same gravy, the same seafood, or the same...
The basics are similar.
How to cook, yeah. Basic. Then we can send it to the world.
طيب مستر ناصر شو المشاكل اللي واجهتها شو المخاطر اللي واجهتها شو كانوا البنفيتس اللي حسيت
I totally agree with Simon. He looked like he have like a lot of experience. He almost said like everything I'm going to say. Okay.
The right partner.
Right partner. Like I always comparing like this, but in our tradition, okay, giving franchise to someone, it's like giving your daughter to some man he want to marry her.
Aww.
Okay.
Yes.
So honestly, like it's like a value thing for you. You're gonna like to give it. You have to make sure 100%.
You have shared values.
You're gonna like to give it to the right person. Okay. The challenges, it depends about like the country. For example, I'm in Egypt, same as Simon. Okay. In Egypt, we are suffering at the moment. Okay, with the suppliers when it's come like to the prices. If like somebody
with the
knows
currency fluctuation.
the dollar and the pounds, it's like not balanced at
the
all.
same situation like in Lebanon as well.
Yes.
We're not talking about the war now, we're talking a few years back.
So the prices of the materials every day it's changing, which is like very difficult. I cannot change the price in the menu every day.
Yes.
Okay. So it's one of the risks. Like for example, I've been in Baghdad 2 months ago. I'm planning to open there. And
Mashallah.
everyone will hear about Baghdad. He will think like, what you did like in Baghdad exactly. Okay, even my father, he said like, you're not my son if you go to Baghdad. Okay. So anyway, like this is chance for me. I wanted to expand. Okay, and I want to see by my own eyes what I'm going to deal with. Okay, I cannot like hear or like do a Zoom meeting with the investor there. Okay, and believe each word that he's saying. Like I want to go myself to Baghdad to see what's the situation. Baghdad, it's a potential in the future.
Yes.
It's a potential, it's a huge potential. I swear to God, like there's like street in Baghdad, it's not easy for me to find a chair. It's a waiting list in each restaurant.
Wow.
Okay.
Mashallah.
It's a huge potential. Yes, now Baghdad, it's not like the best. Okay. There's like different challenges than Egypt, than like other countries.
Political challenges sometimes, safety challenges sometimes economical, as you said, with the currency fluctuation.
It's difficult for them like sometimes to transfer money.
Yes,
I want to find out like how I'm going to collect my money. Okay?
Yes.
So,
exactly.
and how I'm going to like to send everything there smoothly, okay? So the challenges, it's like first like the country, second it's the partner, okay? If the country, before like you're asking about the partner, if the country, it's potential, it's your target, okay? For example, like without mentioning any country, if someone ask you like to go to open your restaurant in country X, and country X like it's somewhere like not good at all.
Habibi, don't go bad. My country, Lebanon.
No, I cannot say Lebanon.
I'm going to talk about my own country.
God.
Even before this whole war started, like with the currency fluctuation, there was a challenge. With the import-export, there's a challenge.
There's a challenge in Lebanon,
Yes.
but inshallah, it will be much better in
Inshallah,
the future.
inshallah.
Like me and my,
I
some
don't
of
want to
my...
cry again, Jesse.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would love like to expand with my business, but first, like I have to check the country.
The
If that
country and
it's like my target. There is a potential there. The income there, like for the person, it's high, it's good. They can afford food.
So the consumer purchasing power.
Yes, okay. And plus to that, like, how's the partner? Like most of the partner is coming, like maybe Simon and the guys, they will agree with me. Some of them, like, it's a first-time business. I'm scared from those guys, okay? But I feel good, like if someone asking me and he have really good experience about
F&B and
F&B,
experience or franchising.
make it easy for me.
Just like Simon said also, like choosing a partner who knows the
Yes.
market, who has the know-how, who understands the local language, let's say, not language, Arabic, English, the local language of the community. It's
That's
very
correct.
important.
And in the end, like the contract. Always I'm saying
Of
the
course.
contract. The contract even like it's make you like in a good side or a bad side.
Yeah,
okay?
of course.
So each contract between each country, it should be different.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there is no fixed contract for the franchise. Okay, you have to change it based like who's you dealing with, what's the agreement in the beginning, okay, and what's the country.
This is excellent closing for your part because it follows up on the next question, which basically I'm going to start with Yunus this time, is if you're going to expand Hattuta Masriya, are you going to go with a full franchise, licensing, JV, or what kind of contract are you going to be building up? What kind of partners would you be looking for if you want to go outside of UAE?
I think this is the reason Hattuta Masriya, it's our...
Get closer, please.
Okay. I think, again, Hattuta Masriya can't expanding with franchise model. It will be not easy. If we are going to expand in another country, we will expand by ourselves. As a
Kind of a JV, joint venture.
Joint venture or with other partner, but with less percentage, because Hattuta it's not an small restaurant. Hattuta also, yani, we got many effort to build the brand. Hattuta, before 3 years, if we decided to open in Egypt or open in Saudi Arabia, I think we will not be in the same level as now. We started from UAE, and this is the reason Hattuta Masriya is very famous Egyptian restaurant, or the best Egyptian restaurant in Middle East, because our first branch from Dubai. We can bring everything here from Egypt. We can import all the material from Egypt. Some material we imported from Egypt. We can...
So you mean the benefits of opening in Dubai is like the perks of having access to supplies, having easy import?
And also helps us to get more reality to the Middle East, more than if we opened in Egypt before.
I want to add something.
Yeah,
here.
definitely.
Like this is something I faced like in each country. Okay. Let's back like 10 years or 15 years ago. Okay. Honestly, like not because Simon is here. Anything it's coming like any restaurant, it's coming from London. Any restaurant, it's coming like to UAE from London, we go.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Off the
it's
side.
like, wow, it's from London.
Yeah,
okay.
the
I just
Westerner-
want to be
the
there.
Westerner
I
roll.
don't know what they're serving, but I heard it's from London. Okay. Now at this time, with the position of Dubai, okay, the brand is from Dubai. Okay, it's giving like a good.
It's becoming the
hearing.
reverse,
Yes.
like Uno reverse card.
Yes. Okay. Where the brand from? We always say from Dubai. Like their eyes, it's open directly
Yes.
at, yes, I want to bring this
في
brand.
success stories كمان
Yes,
صاروا هيك.
that's
في عندك
true.
Parkers, Saddle,
So
different
I
brands,
agree.
Fields.
I agree with him that choosing the country where you start your business, it kind of help you in
Builds
the
up,
future. Yes.
yeah, builds up for
I
the
always
expansion.
say if you start your first branch from Dubai, it will be easy to go in to any another country.
Easy to go great, bigger
Easy
on a
to
bigger
to
scale.
expand also. Dubai has many good political, economic
The
decisions.
politics, the economy, the supply
You know,
chain.
after any, يعني every year the growth of the FMB sector is going high. Maybe 2027 it will be more than 6.8 percentage will increase more than the every year. So the FMB sector in Dubai helps the investors to invest, to have, يعني now in Dubai you can open your first restaurant or make a license within 24 hours. You can make a license, you can issue license, you can have all the material. Chef Muhammad say the most important reason or risk for the franchise is raw material. Here you can find all the raw material very easy. You can find all the material, يعني especially if you are working with meat, you can get meat from Japan, you can get the meat from Australian. So it's a chance for any investor to start from Dubai and then go for another country. I did last month in August. Workshop in Cairo, next stop Dubai, with 20 brands from Egypt, big brands.
20 brands.
20 brands, yeah, from Egypt, it's big brands. When they come to the workshop, the first lesson in the workshop, it was about the consumer behavior and the politics, economic politics in Dubai. They surprised how. I told them, when you decide to issue your license in Dubai, just you need to go to DED Cafe in Jumeirah, drink your coffee, and then your license will be issued, and then you will go to Dubai municipality to get approved about the construction.
To start your own restaurant concept, yeah.
So, and also the support and the encourage support from the ministries and all
Local
the government to continue and to stay. Otherwise, the competitive
يعني وجودنا بدبي عم بيساعدنا نكبر.
جدا جدا على الرغم من ان ايه يعني otherwise the competitive market is very competitive market very competitive here in Dubai. But if you study everything, if you search,
if you have a strong concept,
you
if you do your SOPs right,
and after the success you can go any other country.
بتوافق هيدا الحكي شيف محمد؟
أكيد طبعا. Yes, of course.
إنه وجودنا بدبي عم بيساعدنا to go scale and go for a JV or franchise or licensing opportunities worldwide.
Very important, all that facility to have it in Dubai, you know. Like he said, the license, the materials, warehouses, also the المكان أو الزون اللي نحن موجودين فيه, the center, يعني we are in the center, we can get everything from all the world, by plane or by ship or by cargo.
Import is easy. But what about like if you want to go for a franchise for a brand? Would you go for a franchise license, or would you go for a licensing, operating license, like licensee instead of franchisee, or would you go for a joint venture if you had the chance to choose? If you're going to expand in a different country?
No, I will do it like because in my business, like my restaurant, I have to be there. I cannot give him like 100%.
Not 100% franchise.
Like 100% franchise, because in some kind of business, they are like a show, like a man show or a chef show in the brand. Without that chef show or like man show in that brand, it's not gonna be.
So you need kind of a partnership or a joint venture.
That's very important things. And the details and the details of the Emirati cuisine, and that's very important. You have to be follow up and updated.
النفس بيلعب دور. النفس بيلعب دور مش هيك بنقول؟
النفس بيلعب دور والماتيريال اللوكال اماراتي هاي وايد يبقى لها فولو اب ابديت. يعني هي في نحن لما قلنا نسوي when we do the SOP you have to be follow up like monthly. Price and all the material, more roasted, less roasted. This material we don't find it. You have to change it. Not the very easy things like a burger. We have the cheese. You have the grill. This material we make.
Everyone is roasting your burgers, huh? I'm joking.
We said I'm not like.
It's easier. It's easier to franchise, fully franchise a burger than Emirati cuisine.
Like for example, you have more than 200 or 300 items.
Similar to the concept of Hattuta. طيب, now the question, I have a few minutes for you before we go to the Q&A session. The question for you, Simon. I'm not sure what kind of contract you have now with your partners on franchising purposes. Is it licensing, operating? And if you were a decision maker on your own brand, if it's not X contract, what kind of contract would you go for?
Yeah, so the way we've done it for all countries is fully franchised. We believe that works for us. As you said, it's understandable.
The concept helps.
Yes, if it's a chef-owned, operated one, you know, where they really need their input, it maybe doesn't work as easy. For us, I said we've built it from the ground up. We have the SOPs, we have an operations manual, we have the manuals to build the restaurant, so everything we can just hand over and they can take on. And the way it works for us and why we think it works is the franchisee is taking on the financial risk, absolutely, of building the restaurants, of building the brand there in the country and operating those restaurants. But we are taking a lot of, you know, brand reputation risk. You know, we absolutely do not want that to fail. That is not an option to us, so they know they have our support 100%.
So you still have to be involved.
Absolutely. Not even
to protect the brand at least.
Right now I'm approving materials for the Cairo launch and for making sure the digital adverts are up to our standards, making sure that out-of-home advertising looks the way that we would like it to be, obviously with their local twist, but we're involved every step of the way. We might not have put the money behind it, but you know, this is our brand. This is something we feel so strongly and passionately about that we have to make it work. We want to make it work. So we believe that's a kind of fair split of the risk-reward, and that's what's worked for us so far.
Amazing. طيب, I think now we're done with our time. We still have 5 minutes for Q&A. If anyone has any questions, please. Any questions about restaurant franchising? Or not franchising? No? خلاص? طيب, thank you so much. Do you guys have any other additional notes since we have a few
بس
more minutes?
في النهاية أنا عايز بس أختم كده بكلمتين بالعربي، تمام؟ لأن دي أول مرة أكون كمتحدث رسمي في فعالية كبيرة زي دي. يعني في البداية هما نقطتين عايز أضيفهم. النقطة الأولانية تخص الكلمة اللي إحنا بنتكلم فيها، وهي الحق الامتياز التجاري. أنا شايف إن كل الناس اللي بتقدم فرنشايز هي بتقدم أو بتبيع البراند بتاعها فرنشايز، بيكون الموضوع معاهم بسهولة لو هم فاست كاجوال أو فاست فود ريستورانت. زي أمثلة كتير قوي فتحت في كل الوطن العربي، زي مش عايز أقول أسامي
سهل
بالظبط بكل سهولة، ولكن إحنا لغاية دلوقتي ما شفناش حد لسه بيحاول إن هو يصدر كرم الضيافة. كرم الضيافة دي هي العامل الأساسي في نجاح أي مطعم. يعني المطاعم اللي بتنجح بسبب مش بس بسبب أكلها، بسبب كرم الضيافة الموجود فينا كعرب وموجود فينا كوطن عربي صدرناه لكل العالم. كلمة الضيافة جاية من مضياف، جاية من غرفة الضيوف الموجودة في بيوتنا في الشام وفي مصر وحتى كمان المجلس اللي موجود في بيوتنا الخليجية، تمام؟ فدي أهم نقطة أنا شايف إن إحنا محتاجين هتساعدنا حتى إحنا كمان كمطاعم، إن إحنا إزاي نشوف الحالات اللي قدرت تصدر المطاعم الكبيرة اللي بتعيش أو بتقدم التجربة ليها. دي حاجة الأولانية. الحاجة التانية حابب أشكر الإمارات، البلد اللي أنا درست فيها والبلد اللي أنا اتعلمت فيها والبلد اللي أنا اشتغلت فيها ورزقت فيها، وأشكر طبعا الناس اللي قامت على الإيفنت ده، وبصراحة يعني حاجة رهيبة جدا وحاجة جميلة، وإن شاء الله بإذن الله يعني نلاقي أكتر، يعني تلاقي حدوتة مصرية موجودة في دول تانية كتير ومتواجدة في دول تانية كتير إن شاء الله بإذن الله. ده بنحاول نعمله دلوقتي وبنحاول ابتدينا فيه يعني إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
شكرا
إن
يا
شاء الله.
سرايا.
حدا تاني بيحب يزيد أي point? Anyone would like to add anything?
باقي وقت عشان نخلص الوقت كامل.
معك 3 دقائق و20 ثانية.
طيب أنا جالس أسمع كثير من الناس اللي يصدروا الفرنشايز. نسيت إني أتكلم بالعربي، انعديت من يونس. زين a lot of people they are scared like from the franchise his branch like to another country. The first things you have to be worried about it's like the standard. The standard of everything. Okay. First of all, like there is nothing 100%.
There's always a risk in every business.
There is nothing 100%. Like the biggest chain in the world, it's like McDonald's. I tried McDonald's in Egypt once, and I will never try it again. Okay, maybe he understands it. Okay, so there is nothing 100%. Okay, there is almost like you trying your best, like to reach to the maximum level. Okay, to keep the standard. Okay, the same, but there is no 100%. So a lot of people, they think like the taste here, it will be different there, 100%. There will be like much different. How many percentage? 1%, 2%, 3%?
Could be sometimes the process
Yes.
itself, or
Okay.
limitation geographic.
So it's a difference between country and country. Okay, some people, they are scared from franchising because they cannot achieve 100%. So I'm telling them like you will never achieve 100%. There is nothing is complete.
Nothing is perfect. No one is perfect either.
That's correct.
طيب, thank you so much, gentlemen. If you have any more points to add, please go ahead. If anyone has a question, we still have a minute. Yeah, we have a question here in the back.
هذا لما يوصل بيكون خلص الوقت.
معنا
آخر
20
القاعة.
seconds extra, صح؟
لا هذاك ما أعتقد يسأل.
بركي غني.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Yeah. So my name is Hamza. I'm an industrial engineering student at Rochester Institute of Technology, Dubai. I'm just wondering how you guys respond to pressure groups in your supply chain. They could come in any form. You know, your most loyal customers could become pressure groups, like in the form of boycotts or stereotypical rumors about your restaurants. Does that even affect your sales? And if they do,
He's
how do you
talking
respond
about
to
the pressure from boycotts or something like that. When it comes boycott, شو boycott بالعربي؟ مقاطعة. إنه إذا صار مقاطعة للبراند تبعكم أو شيء.
هنا في الإمارات؟
إنه يعني هلا مش أنتو. This is the thing. I think you're asking the very wrong people.
But
because
anyway,
they're all homegrown brands.
I'm asking.
I might can answer him because I've been in Baghdad and I saw a lot of military cars in front of McDonald's, but it can't be happen here. Okay, the mentality of the people in the GCC, it's different. Okay, maybe in other countries, yeah, it might happen. Okay, but here it will never happen. Okay, I'm seeing always like McDonald's is full, Starbucks is full. Okay,
There's a lot of people who are not affected.
The owner of Starbucks and McDonald's, they are local people from here. Okay, and they are own investors. Okay, so anyway. For example, if I'm like the owner of McDonald's, okay, here in UAE, I wish, okay, but if I am, okay, so you have to understand, any activity I'm doing here to support my military, okay, it's my own decision, but it's not including the mother of McDonald's in US, okay, so it might hurt a little bit, McDonald's. And I understand like your question, it's about what's happened exactly with McDonald's and the other company that they support like another country who's leading a war, okay? But this like for the people who doesn't have a good mentality like in their countries, okay? They might to stop like purchasing from these companies, okay? Which is I believe and truly like think it's wrong. Second, okay, the owner, like, there's a situation happened in Egypt, okay, and Egypt people, like, they are, like, on fire, the people there, okay. When they heard, like, McDonald's, they are supporting this country, they stopped to purchasing, okay, which is lead to lose a lot of, like, employees in McDonald's,
Job
their
opportunities
jobs,
were lost, yes.
which is, like, very bad, okay, for Egypt.
Okay, so we have to consider restaurant, each restaurant in each country, they have like a local partner, okay? And he's not like supporting any war, okay? I hope like I answered you clearly. And in Baghdad, there's like a military to protect McDonald's. It was like a bad looking, okay? They must not reach to this. Even if they attack this restaurant, it's owned by local Arabic guy in Baghdad. And who's working there, it's Iraqi people. So it doesn't make sense like to attack this restaurant.
This goes back to the local adaptation, local culture of every country, and one of the risks is usually the local culture, the understanding, the acceptability, the purchasing
Consumer
power,
behavior.
the mindset, all of this. So yeah, thank you for highlighting on those points. Thank you so much. If anyone has any more question, no, خلاص? Okay, Jesse said no. Thank you so much, everyone. يعطيكم العافية. يلا.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Ready? You're fine. يا أخي ليش ما في وين الميوزك؟ ليش فتحنا حداد؟ صح؟ كأنه يعني جنازة. خلاص مشوا.
All five of them. Two from
Last
Nishita.
one on the right, he will catch fame.
Yeah, because my fish, I will go.
Fish. Thank you very much. This was a tough job for this panel. You did very well. I do commend this panel for two main things. One, the cultural diversity on this panel is really a reflect of the cultural diversity and the beautiful cultures that we see right here in Dubai. And secondly, how much pride we see, national pride amongst the panelists, as well as pride of their own brand. My restaurant is the best restaurant in the world. This type of brand, this brand pride also brings and pushes the SMEs far more. I'm fighting with my microphone. I'm telling you from now. In day one, we were honored and very delighted to have the presence, the support, and the engagement of the Ministry of Economy, presented by the Minister himself, Abdullah bin Togh al-Marri, who came here, opened up the event, actually was part of the food verse and showed us the growth and the momentum of this wonderful sector, be it in the 6th edition of the Future Food Forum. We are now also delighted and honored to come to the conclusion of day 2 with the presence and the engagement of the Ministry of Economy. And this time, I'd like you to give a very warm welcome to Her Excellency Maria Al-Qasim, who's the Assistant Undersecretary, Commercial Control and Governance Sector from the Minister of Economy for the concluding remark.
Good afternoon. Is that clear? Okay. If you'll forgive me, it's going to be a bit of an improvisational kind of closing remarks. But I'm very delighted to be here today to close the 6th edition of the Future Food Forum. It's been a very exciting couple of days with so many interesting discussion panels that we took through. There were many roundtable discussions, as well as going through and meeting all the different companies in the exhibition hall. It was quite inspiring to witness the way all of you engage with each other, the collaboration, the collaborative efforts between the different companies, but specifically within the cluster initiative. And I think this is really, it gives you an indication of the future of this initiative and how we're all eager to work together in a more collaborative and in a healthy, competitive way. So I think this really gives us a sense of the way forward and the vision that we have for this cluster. Like I said, it's been an interesting 2 days. I know that we have had almost 1,200 visitors visiting this forum. That's fantastic. And while this is the kickstart for the cluster strategy specifically, I think we have a very long way to go. But definitely the steps that we took as an initial, in an initial way are very promising and gives us so much hope for the future of this very important sector. It's a very strategic sector for the UAE. I know His Excellency spoke about this a great deal, so did Mr. Saleh Louta, highlighting just how important the F&B industry is for the overall economic development of the country, especially as we move towards doubling our GDP, which is not going to be a feat without its set of challenges. But I think with the energy in the room these past couple of days, I think we're very well on track towards achieving that. I think as we close these 2 days of very exciting discussions, I think it's very important for us to pause and really reflect both on just how far the F&B industry has come over the past few years, but also to really acknowledge that really this could not have happened in any other setting, in any other context, just how unique the UAE is in terms of our economic makeup, but also, and we talked about this a lot, I heard this in the different panels, the cultural makeup of the UAE. There's a very unique cultural DNA to this country, to the economy of this country, that really makes it a very promising vision for us to look forward to. So I close today full of hope, full of promise for the future of this industry. And I'd like to thank everyone who helped in organizing this incredible event. Mr. Saleh Louta, of course, Abdul Wahid, who was tremendous. He was a bulldozer over the past few weeks as he got this together. My team, Fernando and Maryam, thank you so much for everything. And everyone who participated in the discussion panels, in the tours, and the exhibition. We really do look forward to continuing this collaborative effort well into the future as we build, as we grow this sector into something of a global cluster that will be a very important contributing factor towards our economic growth. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Excellency. There's indeed many bulldozers behind this event. When I first started hosting, I was lucky enough to host the Future Food Summit, I think about 4 years ago. It was, if I recall, we were in Expo in 2000, yeah? The very first time, and I was a complete outsider. I can proudly say I'm an insider to the F&B sector now. But witnessing this growth from someone who's not from the F&B sector makes me very proud on different levels. First of all, makes me proud to be living in the UAE, living in Dubai, being part of the SME ecosystem, and witnessing so many different levels of innovation, from the local talent to the support of the government to the public and private sector collaboration, even coming to big initiatives, supporting the youth, supporting Emiratization, and supporting this wonderful, beautiful, very unique cultural diversity that is unique to Dubai and unique to the UAE and continues to grow. I want to thank really so many people, so many bulldozers, as you rightly so called them. I want to thank Mr. Saleh Louta. I want to thank Abdul Wahid. I want to thank Lakshmi so much. I want to thank all the, what I call the soldiers behind the scenes. Every single video, every tweet, every photo, every video you have seen, it really takes hours to put together. So thank you so much for capturing these milestones and historic moments. I hope that you have also connected and networked together year on year. Someone, do I need to invite someone on stage? They're all saying yes and no. I think so. Group? Call everybody. Yalla, okay. I'm going to call everybody for a final group photo. And I want to personally thank you on my behalf. I want to thank you for your trust, for trusting me to transmit and be able to link all of the wonderful topics that we touched upon. Inshallah, bi'idhnillah, we see you next year, bigger and better. This year was the year of the food verse. Ma'araf, with your innovations next year, Ma'araf, where you're going to take us. Thank you so much. Good luck, always bigger and better. Concluding the 6th edition of the Future Food Summit right here in Dubai 2024. Please come up for a group photo, and all the best. بأمان الله. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please hurry up.
يا عيني يا عيني. I want to direct the photo. Wait. I know, I want to direct the photo so that, because, okay, شباب صبايا بدنا نلز شوي. ليه؟ عشان we're spreading all over the stage. Ladies, come to the front. Can you do, yeah, أيوة. Yes, شو رأيكم نعمل 2 levels? Let's have a group. شوفوا, in high school أنا وصغيرة we used to say قصير قدام طويل ورا. Okay? If you're short, come to the front. You're tall, stay behind. خلاص. يلا خلي بنات هنا. Ladies here. أيوة. Your Excellency, you have to be in the lead. أيوة, in the lead. طبعاً حطوا Her Excellency كده في النص with her lovely green. Can we have some music? أنا حاسة حالي في عزا. شوية music كده هيك ambiance. يا عيني. Thank you. شوي لزوا نتفة شوي. It's fine. He can zoom out for you guys. بس أنا listen, I'm gonna do behind the scene on Instagram, okay? Only 150,000 followers, so put on your best smile. لحظة والله ما بتتصوروا بلاي مستحيل أنا جاي ما في نو كليك I am Instagram 130,000 يا شيخ حرام عليك. I have to type شوفوا on the count of 3 you say Future Food Summit. Okay. Oh كمان يلا 3 2 1 Future Food Summit. ماخذ مني ها مبسوط ماخذ أفكاري. Future Food Summit! Yay! Good job, everyone! Lakshmi, I love you. Saran, where is Saran?